Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:02. I'm going to move us to open for budget work session number 3. I'm going to turn this over directly to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Hope everyone's having a good evening this evening. We are here to talk about the city's budget. For everyone watching at home, I want to give a little bit of a recap in terms of where we are. The city staff begins working on the budget in October. By the middle of December, all of these binders you see here are the work product of the city staff generating all of their recommendations for the city manager and the finance department for the expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year, for fiscal year 2027. The departments all meet with the city manager and the finance department in meetings that go into the middle of February, where they refine their budget recommendations. From there, finance works on collecting all of the revenue estimates that feed into the budget. That work goes on into the middle of March, where the information on both the revenues and the expenditures are all compiled, and ultimately by the first week in April, the city staff gets the city manager's recommended budget off to the city council to begin review. Throughout the month of April and May, historically, we have budget work sessions in which we go through the budget to review essentially what the program is for the upcoming fiscal year. This year was different than in years past. In years past, the city has been relying on its fund balance to make up a structural deficit between the expenditures and the revenue that typically comes in. So part of this budget that was prepared was a recommended tax increase to address effectively a $20 million deficit between the projected expenditures and the revenues. That property tax increase, as the city council learned and heard about during the first budget work session, prompted the council to talk about how we need to do things a bit differently this budget season. So we were tasked with setting up some listening sessions to get community feedback. A lot of that work happened last week. We had sent out a survey at the direction of the City Council, which we received over 1,800 responses to that survey. And we also conducted 2 listening sessions last Tuesday night and last Thursday night, where we had dozens of folks in attendance sharing their thoughts, opinions, and asking questions of the City Council. Staff compiled all the information from the listening sessions. They compiled the information from the surveys and got that distributed off to the City Council this past Friday. So you all, I know, have been spending a lot of time reviewing what your constituents have had to say in regards to the budget. And where we are this evening is we are at a point really where the rubber is going to meet the road, where we're going to have to make some decisions in regards to what we do with the budget, whether or not we are going to make some cuts to services, things that the city does, and also entertain revenue measures as well. This evening, well, let me back up just a moment. When we saw that there was going to be a large disconnect between the services that the city offers and the revenue that comes in, city staff has been meeting on a regular basis, talking about the services that it offers, the costs of different things, and taking a look at the budget to see where there could be additional movement, additional changes in regards to what was submitted to the City Council. So before you all this evening, there is a list of proposed cuts that the staff has generated. This has been generated off of significant discussion amongst the senior staff, and also taking into account some of the community feedback that had come in this past week in regards to those services. So what I'd like to do this evening is step through a number of these recommended items, talk through all of them with the council, and ultimately find out, is this a change that the council wants to make? Or is it something that the council wants to keep in terms of the budget? We've broken it up. This is not distributed by department. It's a little bit challenging because there are a number of things that are sort of consistent from department to department. We're planning on having a discussion with you all this evening in regards to some more functional areas and stepping through what those proposals from the city staff are. I'll pause at this moment to see if you all have any questions about what we're going to do this evening, or if we're ready to get right into it.
Do one of my colleagues have any initial questions? Would we like to take a minute to just continue reading through the list before we dive in? Let's do this, staff. Do you mind according council a couple minutes? Let them absorb this document a little bit, and then once my colleagues indicate so, we'll dive in with questions. Sound good?
Certainly. We'll
All
pause
right.
for a couple of moments.
Thank you for waiting patiently, Tofuk. Give my colleagues another 3 minutes. All right, staff, we're going to dive right in.
All right, very good.
My guess is my colleagues are going to have basically questions for almost every individual one of these items, and
Yep.
most of the questions are going to be along the lines of, oh, what's that?
Yes.
What's the revenue potential on that, and what are we doing with this? So let's dive right in.
All right, very good. So for everybody at home, if you are interested in looking at the City of Bowie's budget, please go to www.cityofbowie.org, do a keyword search for budget, and you will be able to find this document here, the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. We were unable to include these proposals on the work session agenda for this evening. We were working on this up until this afternoon, which is why the City Council all has paper copies that they're taking a look at right now. So this is fresh as of this afternoon. We're going to start off by taking a look at what we've called the public safety category. And the very first item on here is the addition of officers for a COPS grant. So last fall, the city applied for and received a COPS grant. This is federal money to aid the city in hiring police officers. So with the COPS grant, we were awarded $625,000, provided that the city add 5 officers to the budget. The budget got prepared without those 5 officers in it. It also got prepared without the associated revenue from the COPS grant included in it. So the first thing to tackle here, and I know I've spoken with each of the council members individually, is to whether or not we'd like to add funds into the budget. It is a strange way to start, I know, adding money on a budget where we're looking to cut, but the proposal is to add $782,734 for the first year costs of officers. Part of the reason why that number is the size that it is because it includes equipping officers. Those are costs that we need to have included in the budget going off to the federal government to demonstrate that we have those funds available. That is offset by COPS grant revenue of $125,000. And I'll leave it for questions, comments from the council.
Any of my colleagues? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Acting Manager Mears, I just have a basic question around the structure of what you've provided to us. It says reduction by, but I don't know what it's reduced from, so I don't have a good idea of the overall impact. When I look at your general numbers down to the last page, it looks like it might be a 6.5% cut across the board. And I know that because I went through and did some calculations myself. So what I need to understand is, I get the first one. That's the easy one. And I don't have a question or a problem, but I just need to understand where we're reducing it from.
Certainly. So
Thank you.
all of these expenses are contained within the general fund of the city. So in terms of reduction by, this is across the board in the general fund. So out of the city's $98 million expenditures included in the budget, this would be the number that would be reduced by cutting these items.
So I understand that. So if I look at let's skip past the 5 officers and let's go to the COPS grant revenue, 125. What are we reducing it from? We're reducing it by $125,000. What's the start number?
So, thank you. This was one of the last things that got changed here. Have an error. That needs to be excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, that would be an increase to revenue. So that is you in the very first item you caught a thing that was an error. That should be a negative number. So your balance on the bottom is going to shift. Because we needed to increase that revenue rather than you noted it was taken away. Okay, Bruce, do you want to help me out? Yeah.
Apologize for the whispering. As you can see, the $782,000 is actually making the deficit worse, right? So that's why it's a negative number. The $125,000, on the other hand, is improving the budget vis-a-vis the positive number, much like the cuts that are underneath. So if you see a positive number, it's reducing the deficit. If you see a negative number, it's increasing the deficit. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, for helping me out with that. We do have a couple other revenue numbers included in here, so they function the same way as cutting something. So but the only addition included in here is the additional 5 officers.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Wolfley.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all the good work you've engaged in to put this together. I know it's a lot of folks here this evening. Very much appreciate all of your efforts as we're going through this, and it's good to see that we have a all-hands approach to try and resolve our deficit in this manner. So thank you very much. Quick question for you on the on the 5 officers, how much of that's equipment?
Equipment is about $100,000 per officer.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, my feeling is, this is one of those core items that people appreciate about the city and a critical element, and we've been short on staff in the police department. I'm perfectly happy to be able to expand what we've got in terms of police force, as well as to take advantage of the modest support that we're getting from the grant. So that does help resolve. It helps offset some of the costs. But more importantly, it's something that I think everybody intended to be there to begin with, because the running expectation has been that we would hire to the extent that we were capable and to fill all available slots. So I think I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from any of my colleagues on this page? Councilmember Brady.
Follow up. Seems the first 2 lines on this first page may have all of the discussion we have tonight. But going with the issue with the 5 officers, and I'm not suggesting we do it, but give us in a very short explanation how this came about, the time it took to get it. If we don't act on it now, what's the likelihood we could get it next year or the year after? Just kind of have a bigger picture of the issue so we can make a more informed decision.
I think I'll respond to that on behalf of the police department. The city has applied for this grant over the past 6 years. We have not received it. So this is the first opportunity we've had to actually submit an application that was proactively pursued by the Justice Department for us to participate. And at this level, it is one of those things that we really need to take advantage of. To not take advantage of it will put us in a very difficult position with the Justice Department as we were to go forward, not just with the COPS grant, but for all other grants we receive from the Justice Department, either through the state or the entity. So this is something that's needed by the city and the police department, and something we need to follow up on so that we don't pursue or be perceived as someone who cannot continue to do what we say we were going to do. Right. And what we really know we need to do as it relates to law enforcement in the city.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think it's important that that explanation amplifies this whole issue in an appropriate way, rather than just looking at the number and saying, this is a really big number. So the details you've filled in is very helpful in making the decision on my part, at least. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
If I could, just, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
good evening, everyone.
Yes,
Just wanted
Chief.
to add that I think it's a specific context as to why the purpose of this grant was pursued. Specifically, these 5 officers are dedicated to quality of life issues, homelessness, and things of that sort, which is obviously something that has been of challenge recently and over the past couple of years that the city's been experiencing and seeing the increase. So they're dedicated 5 officers to deal with quality of life issues, and that's something to work hand in hand with the grants office and with Jesse's team as we manage that throughout the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Councilmember, Truesdale?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Steph. Just for clarification, item number 2, the 125, and this is probably a question for the department, finance department. How does that relate to your top number, 782, with the grant? Or does it?
Well, the $125,000 is taking the total grant received and amortizing that over a period of 5 years. So the total grant, I believe, is $650,000. So this is
625. Yeah.
625. So this is 1/5 of that increment over the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Steph. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, District 4 residents. Thank you for putting this together. So just for clarification, is this the portion to comment on the entire document, or are we going section by section?
We are planning on going through line by line, and what would be very helpful for staff as we go through is to effectively find out a yes or a no. Or if we don't want to decide, we can hold some things off for later, but we want to try and get a tally. Our process here, as the council knows, the council will be entertaining its tax rate increase next Monday, a week from today. So we're at the point where we need to be deciding on these things.
Okay, awesome. So I think the first kind of section is around public safety. So I will reserve my comments because I don't have comments for public safety right now. And then I do have comments and questions about some areas that are not included on this document that you're reviewing that go back to our capital model. So I will save this and allow you guys to move on to the next section for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we've discussed the COPS grant and the revenue associated with the COPS grant. My sense of the room is that we want to leave that intact. Yeah. Do I have a general nod that we want to leave all that intact? The COPS grant, the revenue associated? All right, so we'll leave that alone. Check, check. Staff, can you talk to me a little bit more about the microwave antenna EARF?
Certainly, that's an item for redundant communication system, Chief.
Sure. So last year, we experienced a failure in our communication center, our dispatch center, where we lost connectivity to our radio system and was down for over a day. So we reached out and realized that we did not have a backup in place. So in consultation with our IT department as well as the county's IT professionals, a microwave antenna was recommended as a backup. The cost of that was $150,000. But since that point in time, and if IT wants to comment further, they can, they have found an upgrade to the fiber that should be more reliable, thus realizing that this need for this backup is no longer needed, so we can remove it from the budget that was submitted.
That's a good
All right.
That's the best kind.
Yeah, you got unanimous consent on that one, Chief. Thank you for raising that. Speed camera reduction, 2 unused. So it sounds like of 12 cameras, we got 2 that we're not using?
So we, what's been budgeted in the year is actually for 14 cameras, but we currently only deploy 12 cameras. In order to increase that to 14, our contractor wanted to negotiate some additional terms in the contract that were not favorable for the city. So my recommendation is that we do not proceed with that. Therefore, that $84,600 was for the 2 additional cameras that are currently in the budget on an annual basis. So we can keep the contract at 12.
Okay. So I was corrected at a recent meeting, and I actually went past through some old meeting notes. I should have known better. Our speed camera program is actually generating decent revenue, but what I hear you saying is that these 2 particular cameras, they wanted to renegotiate the contract in such a way that these 2 cameras would not be beneficial.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions or thoughts from my colleagues on these 2 unbeneficial cameras? Councilmember Wolfley.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you. I do remember our conversation on this in the past and having felt some sense of frustration with dealing with our current vendor. What's the timeline for rebid on contract for our cameras?
So the original contract term expires this summer in June. We do have 2 one-year extensions that the city can exercise. That is something that we have been working with our finance department to determine the best way forward. We are looking at our different options, but a final decision hasn't been made at this point.
Excellent, thank you. So at the moment, we've got possibilities for managing it beginning this summer. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Chief, I'm always concerned about unintended consequences of removing equipment that may be beneficial to the safety of residents. So, by not putting these 2 cameras, by not purchasing them, is there any unintentional consequence as we expand our footprint as far as the city is concerned?
I do not believe so, Councilwoman. I believe that as we continue to investigate the matter and look forward in terms of what options are best suited for the city moving forward. But currently, we've been operating a program for the last few years with 12 cameras, not 14. So these 2 additional cameras would have put the city in a worse financial position had we renegotiated the terms of the original contract. And so we were unwilling to do that. Therefore, that's why we remain with the original nature of the contract. So just so everyone understands how this came about, when we entered into this contract, it was with a different company that was purchased and under new ownership. And so the new owners, in their interest, wanted to renegotiate the terms of the contract that they acquired. Those were only beneficial to that entity and not to the city. Therefore, we chose not to do that and keep the original contract in place.
Okay, so this may be something that's in out years we may come back to revisit this, or?
My anticipation is that, we will work with finance and also with the acting city manager to determine the best way to move forward for the city, whether that is to go out to bid and look for another provider and to look at technology, as you all know, changes rapidly. And so there are a lot of different options that may expand our abilities for our speed program that are out there but those may come at additional cost. But we have to determine whether or not it's in our best interest to go out to bid and look for another provider or remain with the current vendor.
Okay,
But that
thank you.
final determination hasn't been made just yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any of my colleagues? Okay. Are we okay with nixing these 2 cameras in this year's budget? Yes. Consent achieved. Thank you, Police Department. Administrative hearing budget expenses. Can we elaborate? Chief.
Yeah, we were placing, this is a new item that was placed in the FY27 budget. It does not exist in FY26 budget. So if you're familiar with police investigations and the passage of House Bill 670, establishing police accountability boards, the expenses associated with administrative hearing boards for disciplinary reasons falls on the police department or the government entity to bear. And this was just a placeholder. I do not know if the expenses, if we do come in, it may exceed $25,000. It's just really a shot in the dark because I have no way of measuring how much the cost actually would be to pay for an administrative law judge, which oversees the proceedings, expert witnesses, et cetera. Currently, we do not have any administrative hearing boards pending. So at this point, I'm going to remove it from the budget, but we do realize that this may be something that the city does have to bear in the event that we do end up having a hearing board because this is not something that, that we can just, we don't have any other option.
Any thoughts from council? Are we comfortable nixing this?
Mr. Mayor, are we saying nix or delay?
In this case, nix in this year's budget with the potential revisit for following budgets.
Great, thank
Is that
you.
okay, Chief?
Yep.
All right. Oh, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
So my assumption is that if we found ourselves in a position in the future, even if it happened to be in this fiscal year, you'd approach us with a budget modification request, handle it that way. And in the meantime, the money's not tied up in a budget with a may or may not be needed expectation.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. I'm good with that. Thank you.
All righty. Next, or delayed, I should say. Talk to us about recruitment travel, Chief.
Sure. So we had put money thinking that we would be traveling all over the country recruiting police officers, but hiring the marketing company has proved to be very beneficial to us, and we have not had the need of doing any kind of out-of-state travel. This is the amount that was in the budget in FY26. It was carried forward in FY27, but we don't anticipate the need for it.
Roger that. No problems from this body. So agreed. Bike repair.
Such a large number in the budget, but but this is to make repairs to the mountain bikes that we have in the PD. It's something that, with the addition of the electric motorcycles, not something that we use often, so we can do without this expense.
All right, seeing no objections from my colleagues, gone. Let's talk about traffic management.
So in support of the traffic management work group, we do operations such as channelizations and checkpoints and things of that sort. This was to aid in that effort to purchase additional cones and signs, et cetera. But we're looking at our current inventory of cones and barrels that we have, so we'll make do with what we have.
Mayor Pro Tem? Nope. All right, so agreed. Explorer Conference.
Yeah, so we have a Police Explorers youth group that annually competes in competitions, and generally this is the expense associated with that. But at this point in time, this is something that we're recommending to reduce the budget by.
Okay. No objections up here.
Can I ask one quick question?
Oh, please,
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Rogers.
Is this reducing this is just not doing anything with the conference this year or until we get money? Okay,
Yes, right.
all right.
Councilmember Truesdale.
Thanks, Mayor. How does that relate to the cadets or the new, how does the Explorer Conference relate to that?
So it's different than the cadet. Cadet positions are actually going to be, They're between the ages of 18 and 21, so there's two different things. The Explorers program is a youth program between the ages of 14 to 18, and those that have an interest. It's something that we're heavily involved with the high school. Those that have an interest in law enforcement, they generally meet on Thursday evenings. And they do various events. They volunteer and help us out with community events. They do community service hours and things of that sort. So it will have somewhat of an impact on the program, but it's something that I'm sure that we will find alternative ways to celebrate their achievements throughout the year and reward them for the work that they've done.
All right, because I know there's a pipeline, right? And all of it kind of measures up to the recruitment, right? What we do as a city. So, is that something that could be totally out, or
So personally, I'm fine with eliminating it. I understand the importance of the Explorer program. Chief, would you say that eliminating this would be significantly detrimental to the program itself? Or is this more like a bonus as a part of the program?
Yeah, I would say the latter. It's a bonus. I think it's something that we can work through additional means to try to cover the costs and still allow them to attend.
So this is not going to be the end of the Explorers. This is just like a nice to have associated with the Explorer program, but it's not going to be the end all of the program itself.
Agreed.
Okay. That being the case, I'm comfortable with eliminating it. I recognize all my colleagues might not be. We can do a simple roll call vote.
I'm fine.
Eliminate
I'm fine.
with eliminating.
I'm fine with eliminating it for this year because we can't afford it.
Roger that. 2-4? Gone? Gone? Gone?
I'm fine with getting the clarity,
Okay.
and this is helpful. All
Hey,
right.
you can go on the record keeping it. I know we got some parents that'll be happy that someone was fighting for this, so
No,
there's no
I
harm in that.
just want to make sure that we're keeping the pipeline open, or there is some type of alternative that can be in place to continue to motivate and at the same time to collaborate with our other organizations providing to it.
Sure. We'll just open it up. That we're looking for any sponsors that want to fill the gap. We'll be more than willing to accept that. Okay, so
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, and that's a very good question. I mean, we want that pipeline to exist, so I appreciate your asking it. All right, so that one is gone for the time being. Camera rebate, I take it this is the personal home security rebate? All right, tell us a little bit more.
So, we offer $50 to city residents to install home residential cameras. And so that is a program that, has provided residents with that rebate. But I think it's something that, is something that the city, we really haven't realized the full benefits of access to those camera systems. And so therefore, I think it's something, if you look at all of the essential duties and expenses associated with the PD, I think this is one that we could stand to eliminate.
So that's interesting. I hear you saying that we're not getting the full benefit. So people are getting the Ring cameras, we're giving them the rebates, but then like a crime is happening and the cameras aren't just being that useful, or what's going on?
A little bit of both. We're still getting people that, whether they've received the rebate or not, we've set up a way, an email address to receive video for anything captured. So we're getting robust participation from residents throughout the city, providing us videos and things of that sort. So I don't think that reducing this will have an impact, negative impact.
My thinking on this is, I'm not sure that when I'm purchasing a home security camera that frankly, the $50 makes a lick of difference one way or the other. I'm going to kind of figure out which camera I want, what the ongoing expenses are, whether there are fees associated with the data storage and all that other things. To me, I'm not going to make, a decision on whether or not I get a camera because someone's going to, front me $50. I think in the end, it's going to cost me, significantly more than $50, and there's ongoing operating expense. So I'd say it's, in my mind, it's not likely to generate a lot of increased behavior of getting a camera. I think you're just giving $50 to people who were going to get a camera anyway.
Understood. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going in another direction around the $50. I know that there are a lot of grants out here, and I know we have Director Buggs sitting there, and so my thing is around those things that we are no longer able to fund, whether or not we should be doubling down on opportunities for grants. And I know there are grants out here for public safety sorts of things, and even though $50 may not mean a lot to some, you know, there's a lot of seniors that $50 does make a difference. So I recognize the program, we can't fund it, I have no question about that, but I also hope that we can double down on our proactiveness around grants. And how they can come, how we can use those to supplement things that we no longer can do as a city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Heard. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. How many of these roughly did we hand out like last year? Do we know?
I don't know how
this
many we
particular
had.
grant?
I don't have that number on top of my head. I know that we did not exhaust the program. So even though it was made available, and this is the same amount that we had in FY26 of $4,000. So we did not reach or utilize all of those expenditures.
I think I signed 2 today.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
They heard about it.
Are you saying that as a sign of like, that's
It
a
is.
lot that we're handing out, or it's just a coincidence?
I think the $4,000 does not get fully exhausted each year. It is a sample thing. The point of saying there's 2 today, people still come and are submitting for the grant. So our rebate, we should say. This is a 100% reduction to the program proposal.
Roger that. Truthfully, I'm leaning towards keeping it only because I know public safety is going to continue to be a challenge, and I do think there is a sense and security people have in knowing that we're offering different tools for people to be a part of the solution. It may not be the end-all be-all by any stretch. That's just my personal view. I genuinely could go either way on this. So I'm happy to get kind of a read of the room. Is there like a general
May I
thumbs?
stop?
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you so much. If I may offer a solution for this program, for this type of program, you may laugh, but I think it is worth the city reaching out to Ring, which I forget which company it's owning, if Ring would be willing to partner with the city to now drive this push that we were paying for ourselves and offset the cost to Ring. Let me tell you, I say that because more often than not, you will find that these corporations have these types of rebate-ish type programs that they are willing to essentially give and cover and absorb the cost because they don't make money from the one-time purchase of a Ring doorbell camera. They make money on the subscription services that they sell alongside the camera. So the whole purpose is to get you to buy the camera so they can sell you all. So I think it might be behooving for the city to reach out to their corporate office and say, hey, we're a government entity. Would you be willing to partner with us? We offered a rebate program. We're no longer able to offer that. If you partner with us and help us kind of offer this same program, we'll make sure that, you know, we partner with you to market these cameras. I think that might be a better strategy where you can keep providing the service, but not actually have to pay for it.
City Council, I would say our program is manufacturer agnostic. There are lots of providers to this.
So let me just change my remarks. I'm to the provider. They're all the same type of service model, so it doesn't really matter whether it's Ring, whether it's Google, whether it's not. My point is you can reach out to the service provider and you can essentially get them to partner with you to offset the cost to them. Is that clear?
Sure. I think we would need to reach out to every service provider since this gets us into RFP territory.
There's only 3 of them, but it's just an idea.
That's fine.
Feel free to go in the direction you'd like.
Understood. Chief, would it be possible for us to take a look at the full range of everyone we have offered rebates for, and just see if someone can reach out to those companies per Councilmember Ndibumadi's suggestion to see what possibilities may exist, and in the interim, we'll agree to nix the program?
Yeah, we'll look into it.
All right. Councilmember Ndibumadi?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues? All right.
All right. These,
4,000 saved.
These next 4 items on here, you all actually don't have a choice. Chief and I already decided this one for you. So these are listed here in green because these were items that the chief was looking at and said, I really need to have these these items, the pistol transition, the vests, the ammo, and the gator. What we had done, we've already initiated. There was expense included in the fiscal year 2026 budget, almost $150,000, to which we are no longer getting the message boards that are associated with that. And the chief is moving forward on the acquisition of these 4 items in its place. So this is just noteworthy, so you can see that these items are already done, and we're acquiring them in the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Well, that was simple. Thank you. Bowie Volunteer, oh, yes.
Thank you. Good approach. Thank you much. Appreciate the figuring out an alternative.
Bowie Volunteer Fire Department grant, $167,000. This is the annual grant that we give to the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department. Okay.
Yes.
Tell us a little more.
This is important to note. We often get thought of as the city providing fire services. The city does not provide fire services to the community. That is a county level function. However, for many years, the city has offered funds to the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department. The recommendation from staff is to remove that contribution to the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department. We can discuss that certainly.
I will jump in on this one and say I think we should keep this one in. Ask the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department to give us a written or in-person presentation in the coming month to describe how they're using these funds. I will say over the years that we've worked with them, there have been specific needs they've had that are simply not being met by other jurisdictions. My personal view is that with the county running into as many problems as they're having staffing their volunteer departments, I think now would probably be not an ideal time to withdraw this particular grant. That's simply my personal view. I am open to thoughts, though, since I know we're trying to plug a large hole here. Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question, and I know this is all moving at rapid rates, so is this something that anybody has discussed with them or Public Safety Committee or anything along those lines?
A couple of things on that. We have not discussed it with the Public Safety Committee. I have met with the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department. Let me give you a little historical on this. For the last 5 years, we've given 167, well, we've appropriated $167,000 for the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department. For the last 5 years, they have actually used less than 50% of that total. Also, as you are quite aware, the county removed the career firefighters from the station on Route 450, and it's become totally volunteer. I met with the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department recently. Out of 120 days, of the last 120 days, they've been in service only 23 days and run only 43 calls. So the return on investment of that is not very good. Also, as Mr. Mayor's just said, the county is responsible for all administrative and organizational and operational oversight of all of their stations, and they are responsible for budgeting for every station also. What we give that station is above and beyond what the county offers them. So again, the return on investment is just not there.
Could I throw out this suggestion? Could I suggest that we maintain it in the budget this year, pull them in for a meeting, an in-person where they come to council? If it makes more sense to arrange in closed session because we're potentially discussing something sensitive, I'm open to that, otherwise open forum. And let's have that conversation with them and make it clear to them that we need them to meet certain expectations in order for this funding to continue. Do you think that would be reasonable, Mr. Cornwell?
It's reasonable, but I do not foresee them getting any better with their response. They're having a tough time with recruiting, maintaining, and getting people involved in the volunteer fire service. Meeting with the career side of the fire department, they have gotten much better with recruiting career firefighters. As a matter of fact, that by the end of this fiscal year in June, all of their vacancies will be filled. Okay?
Wow.
So all of their vacancies will be filled. So the chances of them getting career people back in that station, they're going to try to get through the high leave season, and by August, they're going to make a determination on possibly putting career people back into that station.
Okay, that's excellent news. I'm a little bit concerned about pulling away this much funding without warning, and that's why I think setting expectations with them might be a little bit, that's something I think the public can understand, and I think that's something they can understand too.
They are aware that the city is looking at some cuts.
Okay.
They're aware of that part.
But not $167,000 of their cuts, I'm guessing.
They don't know how much cuts.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mr. Mayor?
I'll go to Councilmember Rogers, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I understand the optics behind this. When I was out door knocking, there was a lot of concern about the fire department and having it staffed up, but I also understand return on investment as well. And if we're getting specific information about how they're not, utilizing all of the money, I totally get that. I do believe that this is going to be more of a communications challenge than anything else. So maybe it's cut by 100,000 or half the amount. Until we can have them come in and talk more about it. I don't know what the procedural aspects of that is, but if I hear my director of emergency management saying that there is very poor return on investment, that the professional firefighters are doing a good job with recruiting, then it sounds like the dynamic has changed, and therefore we need to do an excellent job of communicating that. In the meantime, we do need to look at the budget, and maybe it's not the whole thing until we can get them to come in, but we do have to, I do believe we do have to make a cut. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you, council members.
Emergency.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brady. So I want to go back to the comment you made. In the last 5 years, what's their expenditure? Has it been 50% per year or 50% over the last 5 years all told?
Per year, they've spent less than 50% of that.
Okay. And so the nature of the expenditures?
Recruiting, training, uniforms, and again, these are for expenditures where you don't have the personnel.
Gotcha. So
people aren't there, so they're not making those expenditures.
Gotcha. So this is uniforms for people that don't exist.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Well, it seems to me, I'm in the position of, it's always kind of awkward because, telling police, fire, safety, emergency people, no, I'm not going to give you money. You feel, you always feel like you got your back against the wall, but at the same time, to me, this doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, to your point, cutting out what hasn't been spent in the past is, leaving a big number there when we know that they have no history of meeting that number just puts the budget in a hole for expense that we're not going to have. I'm amenable to either cutting it entirely or cutting it in half and having a conversation with them on an ongoing basis about any needs that might need to pop up and do an amendment if necessary at that time. That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Any of my other colleagues on this particular item? Councilmember Brady.
Thank you, Mayor. In the past budgets that I sat on years and years ago, on this item, it was typically half to 3/4 was designated often for equipment, and others were for supplies and what have you for personnel. Is that mix still similar now, or?
So the equipment acquisition fund, there is a line item for the Bowie Volunteer Fire Department to purchase, and it's 25% of whatever a piece of apparatus costs. These days, it's way over $1 million now. But they have not spent that. It is maxed out and has been for a couple of years. So it's at like $175,000 right now.
Okay.
That they have not used, but it's sitting there and it's maxed out. So the city does not have to give any more money
Right.
to that fund until it's spent down.
But it is available should they need to tap into it in order to buy a apparatus for the
That's
volunteers. So there's still a level of support there that can materialize at such time that they meet the requirements for. So I'm comfortable with zeroing this out in light of our budgetary situation, with the caveat that as we move forward in future budgets, we look to possibly move back to supporting them. Thank you.
I think that's a really excellent observation, Councilmember Brady. Are my colleagues concurred? We zero out this year, they still have some funds available, we look at potential needs in future years. I'm comfortable with the zeroing out if my colleagues are. I'm seeing consensus. Consensus achieved. Thank you, gentlemen. Finally, we got a $4,000 EV bicycle, Parks and Grounds.
Yeah, this shouldn't be in this category. Sorry about that. This is effectively to provide an electric bicycle for the folks that walk a whole lot. So it was recommended by Community Services to remove this. I think we were thinking this was a Ranger EV, but this is for Parks and Grounds crew.
No objections from me. Anything from my colleagues? All right, $4,000 saved. I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley, who is going to lead us through page 2.
Filling in for comic relief. All right. All right, let's see if you can start us off here on page 2 with Museum Supervisor, no operation, 1 FTE.
Certainly. So this category, we have titled it Reduced Facility Hours. So these are taking a look at 3 operations to be reducing hours. So each of these is accompanied by reductions in staff associated with these items. So the first is in regards to historic properties, to reduce museum supervisor, a reduction of 1 full-time equivalent, so those would reduce those hours. The next is effectively closing the boat rental at Allen Pond Park. That item it includes both 0.7 of a full-time equivalent, as well as the costs associated with repairing and replacing the paddle boats. Effectively, we replace a paddle boat each year. And why don't we pause there, because those are the 2 community services related ones.
All righty, thank you. So we start off with the first item. It says no Friday operation. Friday, what are the other days of operation?
We would open Saturdays and Sundays 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're currently open at 12 noon, but this could be accommodated with part-time staff.
Gotcha, okay. Colleagues have any questions on this, please? Councilwoman Rogers?
I just have probably more of a comment, and then you can tell me the answer to my comment question. So, historic properties, boathouse, recs and parks, all 3 have some type of fee associated with it. Is there a discussion later on in this document, because I don't remember, I went through it really quickly, in regard to raising fees to offset FTE costs? Any conversations around that?
So these are reductions in staff. And yes, we did go through an exercise to address fees throughout the organization.
Okay, and that's in the document back here somewhere?
Correct, yes. But these are a reduction in staff.
Right, so I understood there were reduction in staff, and I understand the Friday thing, because probably people are not available on Friday, so Saturday and Sunday makes sense. Sure. I agree with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No? Quick question on the boathouse operation. Is this something that could be turned over to a private group, perhaps a youth-oriented summer employment type program, not done by the city? I don't know what they get, and I don't know if the revenues would be sufficient to support it.
Revenues certainly would not be, would not support the operation. Many years ago, we went through I'm going to say an exercise to see if we could privatize it.
Yeah.
That we had absolutely zero interest with a public, proposal process.
Excellent.
Yeah, there hasn't been interest. In addition, we've also had challenges with hiring youth when they can go, and it's not so much the pay, it's more about the hours. We're only open on the weekends. They can go to a local establishment or retail store and work a lot more hours, and it's more beneficial to them.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anybody else have any questions or comments on these first couple of items here? Seeing none, consensus on their removal? Good? Yep, all right, we're good with that.
All right, these next two items are associated with one another. It is a reduction of facility monitors at City Hall, or a reduction of a 1/2 full-time equivalent, and also a reduction of the part-time security at City Hall. These are effectively to redo the hours at City Hall and reduce the number of hours that City Hall is open. Taking a look at the usage of City Hall in the evening times, it's just not there. Nick, how much do we have?
So we had staff pull a report earlier today. Over the last 6 months, we've had 3 meetings in the evenings, not including city council meetings or city-sponsored special events, but 3 community meetings over the last 6 months. And certainly we will accommodate those entities at the senior center in the evening hours or over at Kent Hill Center.
So this would not impact being open on city council meeting nights. We would still staff and have that. But ultimately, the opportunity for reducing the hours at City Hall, right now the hours at City Hall extend beyond a single work shift. So we have our service windows, we have other things. By reducing the hours that City Hall is open to effectively cover 1 work shift, we'll be able to find some other opportunities for fixing and addressing how we do business here. We, of course, have been working towards pushing various services to 24-hour self-service models. That work is going to continue, but this is to reflect sort of a new paradigm in terms of how people engage with City Hall and give us some more assistance there. The part-time security guards is a little bit of a different issue. We have had this in the budget for a number of years, and this has been an incredibly difficult position to hire, to maintain, and to sustain. And we felt this was a good opportunity to conclude that effort and take a look at security in a different manner.
Excellent. All right, looking up and down the dais here, Councilman Brady.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the issue with the issue of community events up here, the number. This isn't going to tie our hands if we need to have evening meetings outside of what we normally have. It's not going to have a negative impact or create problems with our doing it ourselves.
No, this certainly won't. We do maintain facility monitors at other facilities in the evenings there. So if we have something we need to have at City Hall, we will be able to staff it.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Councilwoman Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So when we talk about facility monitor and City Hall security, I believe one thing that would assist in having to have half a FTE, at least for the monitoring at the evening, is if we start our council meetings earlier, we can end them earlier, and that way it cuts back an hour. So I think we have a fiscal responsibility to make sure our meetings are tight. So I agree with that. The other thing about the security, you said you have difficulty with security and you would handle it, some other way. I'm not sure what that other way may be.
So I think it's best to say the part-time security program that we have in place today is not successful. We have insufficient coverage for this to be meaningful. We don't have a specific solution. Let me change this around. We have been increasing security in the facility through physical measures, through security cameras, through monitoring that way, but the physical presence of a person staffed there has been ineffective and unreliable for us.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. I think we have some consensus here then with everybody that we'll accept all these recommended cuts. So thank you very much. I'll return the helm back to our mayor.
I've got the con. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's start on page 3 with HR, attrition credit, vacant positions.
So it was brought up at a prior budget work session in regards to what happens when positions go unfilled for a portion of the year. A great example for that is in our police department, our authorized staffing versus our actual staffing. Year after year, we have not attained 100% participation in all of those positions. So the city has historically budgeted for 100% of the salaries and 100% of the fringes for those positions, whether that be unfilled officer positions or someone that retires and we don't hire the position for another month, whatever it may be in regards to why we have attrition and positions remaining vacant. Taking a look at the effect of that, this has varied from about $1.5 million to $3 million per year of vacant time, and that's spread across the organization. The council has noticed in prior budgets that the city does not always use 100% of what its expenditures are, and a large portion of that each year ends up being this attrition factor that we have built in. It is, in effect, some cushion in the budgeting process, and this proposal here is to remove some of that cushion in the budgeting process. In communication to the council, made a recommendation to look at $1 million to $1.5 million. Just recently, it was about $1.5 million that had gone unexpended in our budget. This would not be taken out of individual departments. The way that we are looking to do this is to set up effectively a negative number in our non-departmental, apply that across the organization, and then as the attrition takes place, that would be adjusted through budget adjustments throughout the year or at the end of the year, whatever basis for that. So thoughts in regards to the attrition number?
Any questions from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I know that I'd brought this up at one of our earlier meetings, and I think this is a much more effective, attentive way to manage the overall budget for manpower. As we do this, you've mentioned kind of the variability in this. Active monitoring on it so we can keep track and adjust fire as necessary as the year proceeds. What do you think, in quarterly review perhaps?
I think that's reasonable to do because certainly things happen in the labor market that we cannot anticipate. I think you'll all remember a couple of years ago when everybody was hopping job to job to job, we had significantly higher, this attrition number was significantly higher during that period just because of what was happening in the broader labor market. I think that's reasonable to revisit on a regular basis, certainly.
Excellent, thank you. And good work on that, thank you.
Any of my other colleagues?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Ndibumadu.
Hi there. Thank you so much. Thanks for this part. A lot of interesting questions. I've got just a few questions around the savings for this section. The first question is, sorry. Okay, yeah. The first question is, I want to understand and clarify this assumption or this calculation is just based on the vacant roles today. Is that correct?
Not today, but in prior years. And looking at it in prior years, it is varied between about $1.5 million to $3 million.
Okay, so you would say that this assumption is pretty realistic.
I would say it's realistic and conservative.
Okay. And then is this already partially assumed elsewhere?
Not been factored at all anywhere in our budget.
Okay. And are you today prepared to speak to all of the service impacts?
There aren't any service impacts associated with this. This is vacancies that occur naturally through the employment cycle.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any of my colleagues? We have consensus for this one. Community enhancement worker, comm sign cleanup, 0.1 FTE.
Yeah, I'll let Nick address this. This is our weekend sign cleanup.
Yes, this is a position that is currently vacant and completes tasks that our code compliance officers can complete, which is picking up illegal signs throughout the community. So the recommendation is to remove this 0.1 FTE at a savings, have code compliance pick up signs like they used to.
So sign pickup would still happen, it would
Yes.
just not happen on the weekend?
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues? I see consensus. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Sorry, Director Spurgeon. Senior Center Services and Referral Specialist, 0.8 FTE.
So this is a position that is filled currently. The functionality of that position is currently also being done by the manager and assistant manager at the Senior Services Bureau or Senior Services Division. It is a redundant activity at this point.
So in this case, we'd be letting go of someone?
Yes.
Okay. Any opportunity for attrition in the next 5 years?
Yes, likely.
Okay. Councilmember Rogers.
So, Mr. Mayor, when you said attrition, what do you mean? Opportunities to leave within the next 5 years?
Is this a person who might be planning on retiring within the next 5 years?
Okay, all right. Okay, let me think about it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
We'll return to this one.
No worries.
We'll leave it in for now. Broadcast Specialist, 1 FTE.
Yes, so this is in our communications division. This position was created about 9 years ago to serve as a position that assisted the city with putting out video communication on services across the city. It is presently vacant. In the past year, the city has hired, under PEG funding, a new studio coordinator, which has expanded the city staff's ability to produce and make videos on behalf of the city. Taking a look at our operations, we felt that this was a position that could remain vacant, but we would still be able to generate the really the work product that we've had before, just not with a single solitary faces, the voice of the city, utilizing more people to be the ones represented in the video.
As a recent professional comm specialist, I agree with that strategy. Independent of my opinions, any thoughts from staff? Councilmember any thoughts from council? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. So when you talk about attrition credit, are you already including that broadcast specialist?
So those are two different things. So right now that position is vacant and has been since the end of last summer. So that position would be part of the attrition. What we're asking for is just to remove that position from the budget, so it would not be included in any attrition credit.
Okay, so you're not double counting, you're just showing it separately to count it separately. Because I'm familiar with attrition rates and looking at your overall vacancy pool and calculating it that way. So you've pulled this one out. I'm even looking at the, the 0.1, the 0.8, the 0.5, and the 1 full FTE. And how do you, it doesn't sound like you included them in your 1.5 million attrition rate.
No, they aren't. The attrition is for the natural vacancies that occur with positions that we are filling. These are intended to be positions that we no longer
Could
have.
fill.
Yeah, those are just going to be removed from the budget.
Okay, all right. And are we going to talk at some point about any type of targeted hiring freeze to help substantiate, actually to help with identifying cost savings?
That could be something that we discuss if the council would like to, but we don't have that planned for a discussion tonight.
Councilmember Rogers, can I invite you to bring up the idea of a hiring freeze as soon as we close out this session? I think that's a good thing to talk about tonight.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any of my colleagues? Councilmember Brady.
Thank you. Just for clarification, when you were speaking with regards to the broadcast specialist, you said that an individual was hired to do that and paid through the PEG fund. Expand upon that a little bit.
So in the fiscal year 2026 budget, the city brought the community television operations in-house. So that was with the addition of an additional person working in the city's studio. So that person works with the producers at the television studio, but also works on video projects for the city as well. So that additional capacity is going to be utilized for much of what this position had done.
And they are a city employee?
Yes.
And they are funded through the PEG grant that we get, not off of the budget that, although the PEG grant goes through the budget, but it's paid through those funds, not taxpayers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. It sounds like we have consensus then on the broadcast specialist elimination. All right. So agreed. City Clerk, 0.5 FTE clerk.
Yeah, so this position has been in place as a full-time position for a few years. I believe it was about 3 years or so ago. It was upgraded from an admin assistant position to an assistant city clerk position. This was originally conceived as a position to provide additional administrative support for the city council. We were getting a lot of requests from the council for that additional administrative support in terms of managing appointments and calendars and things along those lines. And we have found that that has not been necessarily. We don't need this much time in this position.
So are we taking a current full-time employee and turning them into a part-time employee? Is that what's happening?
That's correct.
Okay. Any thoughts from my colleagues? Nope. Okay. Consensus on this change? General agreement? I'm seeing nodding. All right, consensus achieved. Thank you. And then Public Works overtime for emergencies only.
Yeah, so, good, Dr. Allen's here. So this recommendation is for a reduction in our Public Works overtime. Let Dr. Allen take it.
Mr. Mayor, Council, desperate times, desperate measures. So we've been providing services, for instance, after our inquiries about missed trash pickup, or weekend support for community events, and even citywide functions such as the providing services or support for Bowie parade or events. However, those are non-essential to a degree. So with this reduction, Public Works will only support emergency operations, for instance, a water main break, weather-related events. Other than that, they'll have to wait. Only emergencies only.
Judging by some of the noises coming from the dais, I think that we probably will keep this in the budget. Do I see nodding and consensus there? Keep the 300,000, or do we want to discuss a little bit? We can discuss. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. This will be a great decision until you have a parade and there's trash left on the streets and residents are starting to call us. So if I had to take a cut, it wouldn't be overtime in Public Works. I'm sorry. It's just the reality of life. But if we had to sacrifice, I'd be more than willing to sacrifice half of the 300,000. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Colleagues, how do we feel about half of the 300,000? Councilmember Truesdale.
I agree. It's definitely a sensitive situation. You know, we just last week, you know, we had someone redoing their house. I think I sent to the city staff, and just left all their stuff on this particular road. I definitely wouldn't, go for just cutting that. We need that. I'm open to cutting it in half. So.
I don't know. Personally, I'm in favor of keeping the full 300,000, and if it's not spent, it's not spent. You know what I mean? It goes back into the general fund if we don't use it, right? Okay, I'm getting some faces. All right, Councilmember.
Yes, it does. Sorry, I didn't mean to be uncertain about it. Yes,
Oh, okay,
if we
great.
don't spend it, it remains in the general fund.
Roger that. Councilmember, did you have? Yes, Councilmember Brady.
Yeah, just a curious question. This $300,000 for overtime, what does that represent compared to the cost of labor that this would apply to? Are we talking a 10%, 3%, 1%?
So 300,000 represents about 60% of the entire overtime. We only reserve the 40% for only emergency operations only,
Right.
Councilman.
You said it represents 60% of the overtime.
Yes.
My question was, what does that represent compared to the total aggregate salaries of the Public Works?
So total salary for the entire department, including enterprise fund, water and sewer,
Right.
it's about $9 million. So approximately about 5%, 4 to 5% of entire salary and fringe benefits,
Okay.
Councilman.
Thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts? Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
Just a quick comment. I think this is one of those things where I'm inclined to keep it as well. We have such excellent services, and to the Councilwoman's comment, we have a parade, and then all of a sudden I don't have anybody to clean up after it. I think it's inconsistent with the kind of the value proposition that the city presents. I appreciate you bringing it forward. Please don't misunderstand. I think it's a good discussion to have, but I do think it's an opportunity to kind of say I think this is a keeper, much as I hate to turn away some found money. But
I'm glad we're having this discussion, because this was not intended to say that we wouldn't clean it. It's just we would clean it later.
yeah, well, yeah, that mañana, sometimes it's later is too far down the road for folks. I understand what your comment is as well, but I think nonetheless, thank you.
I'll propose to my colleagues that we leave this in Is there general agreement with leaving the full amount in?
And not cut it in half.
If there's not agreement with leaving the full amount in, we'll go to half. My starting offer is full amount. Yes or no to full amount? If no, then half. So I got 2 yeses. Half? Half? All right, looks like we'll cut it in half, 150,000. Thank you, colleagues. Councilmember Ndebi Madu, did you want to text or thumbs up or thumbs down with the 150,000 amount? All right, 150,000. Thank you, staff.
All right, moving on to our next page, we have titled this one Programming, and the majority of these items are coming in under Community Services. Mr. Spurgeon, you want to walk us through with what some of the programming reductions we are proposing for the council?
Many of these are reductions at a blush. So the first one is historic properties program reduction. This is not the total budget for the smaller programs. This is a part of their budget. The historic properties eliminate annual adult event. I believe it was 3 years ago, we added funding for a larger Fall Fest type event. This would eliminate that program.
So why don't we pause there with the historic properties related ones?
I'm struggling to remember, what was the larger fall festival? What date range was that?
Oh, goodness. I know what this year is going to be. It's going to be the barn event, the masquerade event.
What was the turnout last
It was
year?
very popular.
It was very popular.
Yes, it is
At
a very
$5,000.
popular event.
Do we generate any revenue from this particular event?
Offset cost.
These are all sunk costs? Yeah. Okay. So, colleagues, we have a popular fall event that costs us about $5,000, no revenue. Do we want to nix that program, or do we want to keep it? Oh, another question. Does this compete with any other programming that we have, either kind of that weekend or in that immediate range?
I don't believe so. It's perfectly situated in the fall, beautiful weather, very well attended. It's a popular event.
Okay,
Yeah.
roger that. Do we want to keep the popular fall program or eliminate it? Councilmember Rogers.
So let me just make a comment, because, what makes the city unique is what it offers. And so we have not stepped out and talked a lot about sponsorships like the Melford or South Lake or Mill Branch Crossing, having people, not people, but businesses actually come in and help sponsor this stuff to defray some of the cost. We've been doing it all ourselves. I think we have to start thinking about things differently now. And I appreciate you giving up the small amounts. I really do, because they add up. But I'd like to at least have some level of conversation. Maybe it's later in the week. I'll stop by the office to talk about how we can offset these programs through that public-private partnership, where we have companies help sponsor things.
So we do have a program for our larger events like Bowie Fest where we do corporate sponsorship for or at the events, and we can certainly look at that.
Right, and this would be something easier for people like me that have a small business. I can give a couple $100s toward the smaller events, if they're popular ones. Now, I'm not saying do them and they're not popular, but if they're popular, we want to at least, provide that opportunity for others to contribute toward the cost of the event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you.
I think that's a really great point, too. I know that there are staff implications when, we turn every event into a sponsorship opportunity, because then that's staff time working the phones. That's not going to getting vendors or whatever the case may be. But that being said, I do agree with the spirit of what Councilmember Rogers is saying, that, if you guys evaluate and say, you know what, maybe it's actually not that many phone calls, or maybe we could be partnering with, local business networks, thinking of one in particular, that might have access to a Rolodex where we can make some calls. It could help defray some of these costs in a way that adds up. Just a suggestion.
We will certainly keep that in mind.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any of my other colleagues? All right. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We keeping the $5,000 fall event? Thumbs up? I see no thumbs up. I see one thumbs up. Are we keeping this $5,000 event in the budget?
Yeah, so we have a...
Councilmember.
Okay.
But for right now, we just need to decide whether we're to fund it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry, all right, we're getting rid of it. So 5,000 eliminated.
So to confirm, that was the second line item for $7,500.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, that's the
Yeah,
7,500, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And what my colleagues are saying is see if you can find some sponsors, and one of my colleagues may have some specific ideas on that front.
Sure, thank you.
Are we keeping the first, and are we keeping the first on that page and dropping the second? Because they're just referencing 7,500.
Yeah, so we're eliminating the 7,500 one.
Correct. It's also my recommendation to eliminate the 5,000. There's
Yeah.
sufficient funding in that budget to do the smaller programs.
Perfect, okay.
So we're keeping the 5,000.
No.
No, we're eliminating it because they already have enough money for that one.
So we're eliminating both of them.
Yeah, we're eliminating both, yeah, sorry.
By eliminating, we're accepting the recommendation to remove $5,000 and $7,500 respectively. Yeah, okay, all right.
All right, thank you, colleagues. All right, back to school bash.
So this gets, you're seeing a theme here of a little bit of hurt and how we address these budget. We're evaluating our line items for every division, seeing where we can have the least impact to services, and still some of them hurt. So the next item is for the Back to School Bash at the gymnasium. It is a popular event. It's been going on for quite some time, and that cost center is $6,600.
This particular event is pretty popular, right? This is usually
It
pretty
is.
well attended? Okay.
Yes.
Personally, I'm for keeping this one in, and I'm seeing some nods from my colleagues. Does anyone want to discuss potentially eliminating it?
Well, not that, but.
Oh, Councilmember Brady.
No, not necessarily eliminating, but just a curiosity, how involved are the Boys and Girls and the South Bowie Boys and Girls Club involved with this event? And is there an opportunity, we're talking about sponsorship, that maybe they could kind of assume more of a role in putting it on and covering the cost?
So they are both involved, and we also go out. This is an event where we do get sponsorships. For instance, the backpacks with school supplies is often donated materials from a local business. It changes from year to year. So we are trying to defray costs where we can already within this event, and certainly we can look at additional opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to keep this one event. And then as we get down, I know he's talking, I'm talking to you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we get down the road of sponsorships, then we can introduce more of that. I know you do have some sponsors at this event, don't you?
That's correct. I was just
Okay.
mentioning we have sponsors, and we also have companies, local companies that donate backpacks with school supplies
There you go.
for the giveaways. Yeah, we already are engaging the community for sponsorships and
Okay.
offsetting costs.
Yeah, this has a double hit.
Sure.
Not only does it hit the event, but it hits the kids, and, yeah, I don't want to do that. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So it sounds like we're keeping this one in, folks?
Yeah.
Consensus achieved. Mr. City Manager, on one of the previous pages, we were just discussing reducing the Assistant City Manager role to a part-time job. My colleagues have been reaching out to me as we've been talking. We're going to leave that at full-time for now. I'm going to follow up with you tomorrow, though, and I'll report back to each of my colleagues following our conversation, just to make sure we're on the same page. But we
Very
are
good,
gonna
that's fine.
Leave that full-time. Thank you.
Which item was that?
This was the Assistant City Clerk. Do you four raised a point that we're trying to show Mary to take place of Virgo, or concerned about removing both? All right. COA and E.
So that is the Community Outreach Arts and Events Division for cutting a series of, I'm going to say majority of them are small events and activities. One of them happens to not be, it's Old Bowie Celebrates. Of that $57,400, this one event, Old Bowie Celebrates, is $43,800. It is the most expensive event that the city puts on, and the committee in Old Bowie puts on. As a point of reference, Bowie Fest, Juneteenth, International Festival, and the parade combined have a budget of $42,000. So Old Bowie Celebrates $43,800. The other four major events in the city, $42,000.
Here's my ask on that one specifically.
Sure.
When we first created that program, I think it was $33,000 the city was paying for the event, and then we ended up staffing it for the most part. The way that that particular event is run, if my memory is correct, is that essentially you have the Old Bowie committee that more or less makes the decisions, invites the vendors, keeps the revenue, but city is providing, more than half of the staffing for that event, law enforcement, permits.
That is correct.
Et cetera. So what I would propose is this. I think there's probably consensus up here to eliminate that amount or at least significantly reduce it. Can staff reach out to the Old Bowie Arts and Entertainment Committee? And basically, I think two choices are reasonable, and I'm open to ideas from my colleagues if they disagree. Option A, the city takes over this event wholesale, runs it in a manner that's intended to be more like the other events where we're capturing revenue back and keeping it. That's option A. Option B, they run it on their own, they get their own sponsors. And I think those are two realistic paths. But I'm open to thoughts from my colleagues. Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem, Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what is the driver for the disparity in costs?
So City Council, in conjunction with the committee, came up with the budget initially, the 30-some thousand that Mayor mentioned. There have been slight increases annually that the committee has requested and the council has funded.
All right. But
So
is
it has grown.
is it entertainment? Is it?
Yes, predominantly entertainment.
Okay. All right. Because I do believe we have a stage set up that's not ours, right? So that's rental set up.
Similar to Bowie Fest, we've had, we have the amphitheater, but we have a second stage where we rent. So there's some parallels there. Just sharing, it's a very expensive event.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm in favor of trying to figure out a more fiscally responsible solution.
I'm operating on the gut assumption that if the city of Bowie were to take this over, it would not be nearly as expensive. Do you generally agree with that thought, Mr. Spurgeon?
I'm confident that the city could operate at a much more affordable, similar to Bowie Fest budget.
Because we were explicit, and this goes back to 2021 we first did this, I want to say. It's been a while. It's been a few years.
It has been, yes.
And we were explicit that we would give temporary help until they could stand on their own 2 feet. And the older version of this festival was run entirely by volunteers, if I recall correctly, at no cost to the city. So I agree this has ballooned a lot. We are now in a place where we need to be having these conversations. So I would propose reaching out to the committee and basically giving them the option of, hey, either staff needs to take over this wholesale, or you guys are going to need to look for some additional sponsors. I can also facilitate some outreach. I can give Karen a call tomorrow and start the conversation.
Thank you.
And report back to you, Nick. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. That'll be fun.
And can you I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll start with Councilmember Truesdale and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was this event ever in collaborative with another one of our events with Bowie Fest?
No, it was for, I believe, 2 years, combined with International Fest. Since then, International Fest returned back to Allen Pond. It had been at Allen Pond previously, so, and it's successful at Allen Pond.
Yeah. So there's a song my nephews say, this price is way too high. We need to cut it. Just for a note, in terms of maybe collaborating, but yeah, this is a bit much in terms of cost.
As far as sequencing, I'll reach out to the committee's chair tomorrow, Nick. They're probably going to seek opportunities to remain engaged. I'll basically encourage them to sit down with me and them, and we'll figure this out. But cost-wise, I think this body's on the same page as far as the cost. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In reference to the other items, they're all smaller programs. Some of them were not performing well. The travel event series, we were hoping that we were going to be able to take those to municipal parks out throughout the city. They just really never lifted off successfully. So there's no service impact, in my opinion, with those other cuts.
And what about the holiday one?
So the holiday programs, I believe there's an opportunity to still do some of the more popular holiday programs that we do, just with no budget or with sponsorships.
So the tree lighting event and that sort of thing is?
Yeah, I envision the tree lighting event to continue. It's basically a tree lighting event with a food truck type activity.
Yeah.
That's basically what it's turned into. The food truck activities that we do now are very low cost or no cost to the city, so, and they've been popular.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I failed to return to you earlier. Did I skip over something?
You went where I wanted to anyway.
All right, perfect.
I just have a quick follow-up question on the tree lighting.
Councilmember Ndibu Madu.
In regards to like the tree lighting and activities like that, is there an opportunity to partner with one of our like private partners in this area and kind of shift the tree lighting to them? Like, for example, I remember many years ago, Bowie Town Center used to do a tree lighting and they stopped doing it for the last couple of years. Now that it's under new ownership, is that something that we could do with them so that they could buy a tree and light it and we?
I think it's a great opportunity, and we will look into that if council wants us to.
Do we have a general consent? So actually, if my memory serves, we had a city tree lighting and the town center would invite us to theirs as well, if I recall. But I think there's probably consensus on this body to talk to the town center. Council member, do you have this in mind as replacing our tree lighting or complementing it?
Yes.
Replacing?
Replacing.
All right. Let's have the conversation with town centers, step A, and if there are no, step B, we'll continue to do our thing.
We will do that.
All right.
Thank you.
I will say the food truck stuff, we've gotten nothing but great feedback on, at least on my end. So I think any opportunities to continue to do those is and Santa. We've got a popular Santa. The one and only. All right.
He doesn't love Santa.
Yeah. Okay.
So where do we stand on this?
So where we stand currently, it looks like a total elimination per staff's recommendation for these events. Wonderful. I will just note, I followed the Playhouse Cinema events very closely. That was a valiant attempt, and my kudos to staff for trying to do something creative. It just sounds like everyone's watching the Hallmark Channel at home during the winter months.
Yeah, we have great staff, and they put a ton of effort forth, and so.
Yeah, you tried, and that's great. We like that. So thank you. Don't let this be a reflection on your effort. We appreciate it. Ice Arena, professional services disc jockey.
So the existing facility has a fairly robust sound system where you can plug in your cell phone and play your own playlist. There's really no need for disc jockey service there. The new facility will have a slightly nicer system that still will be able to do the same thing. So we're calling for cutting that.
All right, point one for technology. I don't think there's any objection up here. Seeing none. Recycling events, reducing the frequency.
Mr. Mayor, Council. So, as you know, by the Council's guidance, we double the frequency of recycling and paper recycling event from twice a year to 4 times a year. Our recommendation is reduce it back to twice a year because based on the 3 events we've held so far, the twice a year suffices based on our observation.
So this is paper and electronics recycling, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we would change to only twice a year paper and twice a year electronics.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so 4 total. Okay.
Yes, sir. Right now we are four electronic and 4 paper recycling.
Gotcha, but 2 and 2 will do. Okay.
Yeah.
Any objections from my colleagues? None. Oh, Councilmember Rogers.
I have a question. So the city does make money off of the recycling, correct? No, we don't make any money. We're just doing it as a convenience. Then we need to start checking ID, because there are people in line that I know do not live in Bowie. And if we're doing a community service for people that are paying Bowie taxes, then we need to be looking at ID. I'm sorry. But thank you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So Councilmember Rogers raises a good point. I'd forgotten that these events are open to anyone regardless of residency. What would be the staff impact to making these closed to residents only? And I don't mean emotionally, I mean like what kind of additional staffing might we need to have someone who's confirming an address?
So I'll take this one. So those that have gone to both the paper and the electronics recycling events, these are very efficient operations. There is a line of vehicles that are coming through. They pull up, they pop open their trunk, staff moves this stuff from the trunk into the thing, and the people are gone. If we are checking IDs and evaluating residency, you will grind this to a halt, and it will become extremely ineffective and inefficient. And beyond that, I think it would be real challenging for our employees to have to get an ID, do the resident lookup, and take the time associated with it. It seems too administratively cumbersome for the way these events have been set up.
Could I throw something out, and then I'll turn this back to our colleagues? You don't have to answer this tonight. Maybe we take 48 hours and chew on it. Does it make sense if we advertise this as a registration model? The purpose being, we put it out to the community. You have to register in order to attend, and within the registration, there is the residency lookup that we can then kind of confirm. And then if their name's on a list, they're welcome to participate, and if they're not on the pre-registration list, they're not welcome to participate.
So I will share what our strategy has been so that the entire world doesn't know about it. We try and limit the advertising to the things that just residents get. We try not to do too much social media and those things that can spread. So our efforts have been to limit the advertising pool associated with it. I'll read it. It sounds like too much of an administrative burden for checking the residency of hundreds of people for an event like this. Not that we can't do it, but is this where you want to have your staff putting their time?
Councilmember Rogers.
So I've been through one of those efficient lines, and I think if the world were perfect and Bowie was really Bowie and not Mitchellville and Largo, we would probably, be able to do it well. But because they are very efficient, I mean, I get in and I get out without having to do anything. Even with the advertisement, though, when you're on social media, people share. So, and it's shared all over the community. It's not a whole lot you can do with it. I have yet to go and have a line that was backed up. So I just didn't realize how much it cost, and I thought we were getting something in return on it when we.
Dr. Ahn, what is the pricing of this? Is this are we charged by the amount of recyclable materials, or are we charged by the day?
We charge by the date. Well, typically we when we negotiate with the contractor, we negotiate a number of times of the event per year, and right now the pricing is quite competitive. So the 50,000 reduction is from 100,000 to 50,000. So we are hosting 4 events for about $50,000.
So we would not be seeing a savings by the reduced volume of people coming through, since we're paying for the day, not the volume of materials that are recycled.
One thing that might be a little bit of a compromise here, would it terribly annihilate the process if this year staff were manning the events either verbally or have a little written thing we can print, hand out something just saying, hey, heads up, we appreciate your being here. In the future, we will be making these incorporated City of Bowie residents only, process TBD. And then it gives us a few months to kind of figure out how we could efficiently limit this to residents of our fair incorporated city. Is that something my colleagues would be open to? At a minimum, it puts people on notice and sets expectations for future events. My colleagues actually seem fairly nonplussed by that. That's fine. It's a normal day
Hey,
for me.
Mayor, stuff.
Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Thank you so much. I think part of this under kind of like the technology modernization stuff that we've been talking about, because I find it hard pressed to say that there isn't a small system or lightweight app that can essentially help staff manage this in a way that is cost effective for us. So I don't want to say that that's the today's long term. I think that's what we should be looking at here.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page, council member. So why don't we give this direction? Staff, I think we have consent for direction where we start contemplating how we can limit this in future years and begin setting expectations. We leave the details to you, but please begin exploring options on that front. Is that something my colleagues are comfortable with? Councilmember Brady.
I think before we really tinker with the parameters right now, the first question would be, we have a program. If we eliminate the outsiders, is there a cost savings? And it sounds from staff that no, it's a fixed cost. So doing anything is going to add possible cost to it if we start supervising and managing and doing some oversight. So it's kind of going down the wrong direction. The other thing, too, I would point out that, and this is an unfortunate part, especially if there's no real cost to us by having non-citizens drop some stuff off. There's a PR aspect, and we've run into it on several occasions, where somebody has come to the city, and the city is not responsive because they don't live in the city, even though the post office gave them a Bowie address. So we need to be careful with that aspect of that. So if there's really no cost, there's nothing added to it, I think maybe we ought to just leave it alone for the time being and just move forward with the programming and the cut as suggested here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to this issue about residents, and this is something that I've brought up in the past, which is probably in keeping with smart cities, modernization type thing, which is if we could at some point look at identification of people who are residents and being able to issue in essence a virtual city ID on a phone or something like that would allow people to say, hey, this is the Wilsons of Winston Street, that they have their residents, and whether it's going to be up at the gym or on the ball fields or wherever it might be, whether it's something like this or some other event where we're trying to reduce our costs and maintain our control, that we might have something like that in mind. Now, I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's bigger than just the recycling program. I think it's kind of that know who your people are and how you're serving them and what services they're taking in.
I believe our animal control has a very effective program of chipping pets.
We will leave that humor where it belongs on the staff side of the dais.
But I believe that involves a rebate, doesn't it?
All right, we got 6 pages to go. Councilmember Rogers.
So just, I'm going to go back and think logically about this. It will be a challenge to siphon off non-Bowie residents, and my concern is there's going to be, this is a net type of situation, there is going to be an unintended consequence, because I've seen people in action when they've come to try to vote and you tell them that they don't live in Bowie. So that means we would have to engage a couple police officers there to help direct people out of the area, to get them out of line because they don't have the right ID. People, or they don't live in Bowie, and people will argue you down about that. So we do have to use some logic with this. If we're not going to gain anything from it, and it's a very efficient process, we just have to think about, it could be at a point where, technology provides that opportunity. Right now, I don't see the technology providing the opportunity. I see unintended consequences of police engagement because people being upset about, lugging all their recyclables in their car and they can't do it. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
So
It is clear from the council that you are interested in us exploring ways that we make sure that our services are for the city of Bowie residents, and the interlopers need not to interlope. So not to belabor the point, I think we understand that. We've heard this before. We'll consider opportunities for improving that.
Roger that. So these events were prepared to accept the cut as proposed. We'll leave the ID checking alone for now, but to Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley and Councilmember DiMattei's point, let's see if there's a technology solution that helps us easily identify residency for all things related to city services.
So before we leave this page, I would like to note that this was a sampling of program options that was presented to you all this evening. We have many, many, many more programs where we could have this exact same conversation in regards to the benefit of keep or not keep. And rather than getting into those tonight, if the council, we're going to meet again on Wednesday night, if you have other programs that you're thinking that maybe we should not continue with in the future, would like to hear what those are, rather than having gone through an exhaustive list of these things today.
Understood, and I appreciate the thought. For my colleagues, myself, and the public, what pages of the city budget should they pay close attention to related to programming of this variety?
The majority of the programming is going to be under the community services budget in community outreach, though we do have programming that is located within gymnasium, ice arena, historic properties. There is programming in planning and sustainability. We have programming throughout, but predominantly within the community services budget.
So
Community outreach, arts and events begins on page 112.
All right, so starting page 112, ladies and gentlemen, feel welcome to take a look at any particular programs, and if we have any ideas for cuts, feel welcome to put them in writing, and we'll discuss on Wednesday.
And of course, the way we budget, we do not budget by individual programs. We budget by categories, so that those pages do not have a listing of all of our individual events. Probably better served for looking at our individual events would be on the City of Bowie webpage for individual events.
Gotcha. So I think if my colleagues have any particular questions, just feel welcome to reach out to Dan directly over the next 48 hours to identify additional lists of programs we could take a look at.
We agreed on dropping the 50,000.
Yes.
Just
Oh, and for clarity, we have agreed on dropping the 50,000. Right. Cool. Thank you, Councilmember Brady. Colleagues, all good on that page? All right, Public Works. Page
All right.
5.
So on this page, we actually have a few of the things that received the most public feedback in regards to taking a look at changes to the city's services. We've also had comments on these from the council in the past. These are including reducing trash pickup to 1 time per week. Staff has estimated the savings at that change at $500,000. I did want to get your total sanitation budget. Dr. On, do you recall the total sanitation budget in terms of what the savings amounts to?
So sanitation total budget is about $13 million for FY27 proposed.
Okay.
So
To give you a
in
little-
essence, I'm sorry. So in essence, what you're saying is for cutting the service in half yields only $500,000 out of a $13 million budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I will jump in with the following thought. Even if we were to adopt all 5.9 million cuts, and let's say we identified another, million after that, we're looking at, 16.9, 17 million, or $7 million, worth of cuts. Still leaves us with a $13 million hole, still a 13-cent tax rate increase. My concern is if we raise taxes 13 cents and eliminate some of our most visible and defining programs, we're going to get double hit with people saying, you raised my taxes and you took me down to 1 day of trash collection. What's up with that? Whereas I think if we can go through the exercise of identifying cuts that are programs that aren't as popular, it gives us wiggle room to say, okay, we had to raise your taxes this year. We can avoid future tax increases or maybe even, go down a cent or two if we can eliminate additional, programs, but then we start cutting a little bit more into the flesh of what residents tend to find popular. That's just my personal thought. I, for the record, think reasonable people could be on any side of this issue. We are deep in the territory of the subject here. So I'm open to my colleagues' thoughts on these particular programs. Hearing none. Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Thank you oh, sorry, my camera's not on. Sorry about that. To your point, Public Works has such a large budget that it gave me pause to see this as the recommended cut, the $1 million. And I don't necessarily know that dollar amount it's not equal to the public's reaction in this area. Let's just put it like that. Like, I don't think it's worth it in that way. And I'm probably not explaining that with the best language, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. And so for Wednesday, I'm not trying to skip ahead, but just to introduce another thought. For Wednesday, it would be helpful if we can go over the pay-as-you-go model. I think there might be savings there. So just to put that for Wednesday, and then also the document that we received today on the land breakdown, there are, I think me and Councilmember Rogers have some thoughts on there being some opportunities there. So I just want to say this $1 million in cost savings against all of Public Works to me is just, it's a bit conservative, and I don't necessarily know that going down to 1 day trash pickup to save $500,000 is worth the blowback and how that might be received.
Understood, Councilmember. Kind of my thought as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. The savings aren't worth the disappointment. I think a lot of folks rely on these things. It's not just that, but the leaf collection. When we get to it, I guess the bulk trash pickup is that how? What's the definition of that bulk trash pickup?
So this bulk trash pickup, the council may recall a little bit more than a year ago,
yes,
requested us to begin providing bulk trash pickup to apartment complexes, condominiums, and the city was going to do that under a contract. So this issue here in regards to the bulk trash pickup, the city has attempted to reach out to the various properties to enter an agreement with the city for contracting with it, and we've had only one of those signed to date. It has not been picked up by the others. So we have not begun this program, even though it's been sitting in our, we added funds to it in the prior budget, and we had it in the budget this year. It is not been accepted by the community it was intended to serve.
I'm sorry, so let me repeat back what I heard. We offered the service, it's been refused, and seems to me that if they don't want my service, I'm more than happy not to provide it. Yeah, so is that for all of it that's this, or would we continue with that group that has had interest, or is this inclusive of that group?
So I'm going to check with Dr. On. So the group that requested it has interest, but in order to contract for that service, I believe we needed more participants than just the one.
I see. I see. All right, gotcha.
So if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, can I just add context? Because one of
Sure.
these communities is in my district.
You bet.
If you remember I think this was about a year and a half ago, Covington condominiums came to us about bulk trash pickup, and there was kind of like a big discrepancy around that. We had a hearing about it. Essentially, I know that I heard from them maybe about 2 weeks ago where they had said, hey, like, you guys approve this, it hasn't started, what is going on? Why have we not started to receive these services? From the email that I saw in exchange with staff, basically there were other communities, like condominium communities, that have not been so proactively participating. So you have this one community that's waiting for services, and there are other communities that essentially have not signed up for these services. So I don't know where that leaves us, if this is a situation where it's like, okay, well, can you just provide it for the one community that has signed up and have the cost savings there and just pay for that? And that possibly saves, or if that, creates so much work that it ends up costing the same amount. I'm not sure, but that's essentially just a refresher of where that's coming from.
Thank you, council member. So staff, it sounds like in answer to that question, you may have been saying that we needed at least one other community to sign up for the cost to make sense?
So the contract is based on estimated quantity. So if quantity is significantly less, we have to sign a new contract with a contractor and go out for a bid again, Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha. How about this? Could we use the next 48 hours to reconduct some outreach to the communities that we have not heard from? Calls, emails, smoke signals, whatever it takes. I'm sorry?
I agree, Mayor Estev. I've had constituents in Covington as well. I think there's like a barrier between the HOAs and some of these condominium property management that communication is not clear or is not getting through. So I know that it's something that we've had a year and a half ago, and that we put on the to-do thing for us to do. But for the most part, I think we should give it time for some of these HOAs and these property managements to kind of in line one way or the next.
Yeah, so Mayor,
No,
Councilmember Ray.
I was just going to say, let's move on and bring this back on Wednesday.
All right.
So, yeah, and
Councilmember
I
Rogers.
agree. Just do your due diligence and see what kind of response we get. If we don't get it back by Wednesday, then we know to proceed without it.
Roger that.
And just for the record, Mayor, Covington did not refuse services for bulk trash.
That's correct. I think they're the only one who didn't. Yeah, okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we were to do that, then we would need to either not offer to them or go back and rebid. Yeah.
Okay. So let's do three things. One, please give a touch base to Covington. Let them know we had this discussion. Let them know exactly what the challenge is. Let them know if we do not hear back from the other communities, we will have to rebid this. And please give them a realistic time frame for when services will start up so we don't have any communications gaps. That's part one. Part two, in addition to doing outreach to the other communities, could you share with the City Council a list of people we've not yet heard back from, and maybe we can go through our own Rolodexes and see if we can get someone to pick up the phone. And then step three, as Councilmember Brady said, let's bring this back on Wednesday just for a quick check-in on where we are, and then we can make a decision then. Any further clarification or guidance needed? No? Council, we got
It's good.
consensus? All right. Thank you, team. Mayor, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I never got past the 500,000 for the reduced trash pickup, and what I wanted is, I went back and looked at the solid waste budget. What I need to understand is the context around this 500,000. What does that include?
Councilwoman, most of the cost savings are expected from equipment ownership and maintenance and operating cost. So it is not easy to put a exact breakdown of savings from reducing pickups from twice a week to once a week. So how we approach this estimated saving is we come up with the cost per mile driven per year of each trash truck. So that includes the initial purchase cost and operating, repair, gas cost of those trucks. So reducing twice pickup to once a week will definitely reduce the number of miles driven by each truck. So that's the most assured part of this cost savings. Minor portion of saving might be coming from, since we are introducing the food waste pickup service in coming months, that may reduce the amount of trash goes to a landfill. So those are very small portion estimated from the reduction of the trash pickup service from twice a week to once a week.
So that does not include any waste disposal fee nor any human resource or salary?
Well, so disposal is based on the quantity being picked up. So whether we pick up twice a week or once a week, we don't see significant difference will be made or generated by the residents. So that one is negligible. And ours, well, so they are, well, whether we provide a trash pickup twice a week or once a week, they still work 8 hours, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Dr. Ahn.
So, Dr. Ahn, thank you, Councilmember, for the questions. On that front, I think this body's consensus is to maintain the twice-a-week trash, maintain bulk trash pickup, provided what we just discussed in our Wednesday conversation. The only one we haven't discussed is leaf collection. I know about 6 people are going to yell at me instantly for even raising it, but not you guys, but members of the public. How do we feel about maintaining leaf collection? Are we generally on board with that as well? Okay, I will say the feedback we got at Ken Hill was pretty positive towards that, which frustrates me because I don't like it, but I respect the will of the public, so we'll leave it alone. Consensus to leave that in? Yep. Look, getting nods? Okay, so we're gonna leave twice-a-week trash, bulk trash we'll talk Wednesday, we're leaving leaf collection alone. Labor expenses related to leaf collection, that stays. Let's move down to invasive plant control program, 31.5.
Yes, that item is related traditionally
I
to,
had 2 issues. You just passed over them. Never mind.
sorry, that item is related to doing some plant invasive control, usually at White Marsh Park. It's a smaller program.
And this is just eliminating the English ivy?
Yes.
Okay. What would be the negative trade-off of not doing that?
English ivy will grow.
Okay. But to be clear,
Yeah.
the English ivy eventually kills trees?
Yes.
Okay, so then we have to spend money to remove dead trees from
Correct.
paths? Okay.
Yes. At a used park with trails and.
Right.
Right.
So my sense is that this is probably worth it because my understanding, having done some of these in the past, is that the cost of not doing this ends up being as big as the cost of doing it. That would be my sense. Colleagues, are you comfortable with leaving in the evasive plant management as opposed to doing tree removal? I think we have consensus on that? Yeah. Okay, we'll leave that in. Councilmember Brady had 2 questions related. No. You're good? Okay.
No.
All right, housing and code, professional service reduction, abatement, grass mowing, et cetera.
So what I did with this particular item was I created a buffer, worked down the numbers based on the annual expenditures, historic annual expenditures that we have for the abatement, grass mowing, so on and so forth. On any given year, the budget minus this $18,000 will be sufficient. The caveat will be if we have a significant abatement that comes through the courts that is profound. So a couple years ago, we had to rebuild the entire embankment behind a house underneath a pool to the tune of well over $100,000. The budget would obviously not allow for that at that time, and we had to come back and request funds from council to get that project done. So those are unique circumstances. Those are not everyday circumstances. So reducing the budget by $18,000, we still will have enough money or funds to do normal business operations within code compliance, cutting people's grass that refuse to cut their grass, that type of stuff.
Any questions on this one? Mayor Pro Tem.
I know that it's, I think, an extended return period, but ultimately, we fine and submit costs for those and then put liens on houses, and somewhere in the future decades, maybe we get the money back. Is that right?
That's about the gist of it, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with leaving it as a reduction.
All right. Councilmember Rogers.
I'm fine.
All right. I think we will accept that one. Okay. We'll accept the recommendation.
Very good. Moving on to our next page, we are taking a look at grants, scholarships, and committees. Effectively, this is money that we give out to whether it be third parties or, in some cases, our boards and commissions to do the good work of interfacing with the public on a whole host of different things. The first one on tap is one that was added just a couple of years ago. It's a discretionary municipal grant for the city council. It's at $100,000.
Any questions, colleagues? All right. I think you have consensus to eliminate that one.
All right. Next, Mr. Spurgeon, we have, let's take a look at the next two under community outreach, the art acquisition and holiday decorations. What are those items?
So the art acquisition was added, I believe, about a year ago, and it was to help support beautification within our buildings. We have $15,000 in that category. Holiday decorations, annually we purchase holiday decorations for various events, activities, make the facilities festive during the winter months, and that's what that line item is for $11,000.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
In general, I mean, presumably we have enough existing holiday decorations to carry us forward for a couple years in the future.
Yeah, traditionally we have some weathering of stuff, but we'll be fine.
You'll be fine, all right. Fair enough. Thank you.
Yep.
Consensus to accept the recommendation for the cut? Okay, consensus achieved. Next one.
All right, so the next one is the annual contribution to the Bowie Center for Performing Arts. Council may recall earlier this year, we had a guest from the BCPA come in and talk about their financial needs. Currently, the city gives $80,000 per year to that organization, and it was discussed during that meeting about adding to that. So the budget was prepared with an additional $45,000 above the $80,000 in the budget. It was mentioned last week about a significant increase in the community outreach portion of the budget. This is the largest portion of that as to why that was such a large percentage increase. So this is not an expense we've had in the past. We currently have it at $80,000, and removing this $45,000 would mean it remains at $80,000.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but we just gave them that additional $45,000 because of their budget shortfalls and just trying to keep the facility up and running and in good shape. So I have a real concern about giving it to them and taking it away after the first year.
So we haven't officially given them anything because
Oh,
we
we
didn't have it in the
haven't.
budget. What we did was, in that meeting, there was some consensus on council to raise it. No dollar amount was agreed upon by a majority. $125,000 was mentioned. So when we went to the budget process of what we would propose, we put in $125,000, feeling that that was the overall consensus of city council at the time. What I'd like to also mention with BCPA is that majority of their funding, I'm not talking about staffing, but facility funding, comes from the Board of Education.
Right.
It's a Board of Education building, and ultimately the Board of Education is responsible for the maintenance of that building. That includes HVAC systems, that includes carpets, that includes custodial services. All of that falls under the Board of Education. So there shouldn't be shortfalls from in those categories. And if there are, I believe this body is the wrong body to be discussing that with. It would ultimately be between the leadership within BCP, the Bowie Center for the Performing Arts, and the Board of Education.
So we did have a meeting with the executive director of BCPA last spring or so, and we had this specific conversation. And we recognize that Prince George's County Public School System is responsible for its funding, but we also understood that they did not, it took them a while to stand up to their portion of their responsibilities. And I know that Chris and their board was working hard to revitalize and get things aligned so that they could be more productive as far as resources were concerned. But they also, you know, the conversation we had is that they are a part of Bowie. I just hate the idea that we just went and had that conversation. I even reached out to the Board of Education to make sure that they followed through on their funding. I reached out to the chair of the board to make sure they provided their part of the funding. So I just have a real concern that, before we could give it to them, we're taking it away. And they provide such a useful service, not only to the community, but to the school that's right next door. So that's my only comments. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Thank you so much. I largely agree with Councilmember Rogers' comments. I think this goes back to us really pressing harder on Prince George's County Public School System. I don't necessarily maintain the posture that we should be covering budget shortfalls for them, given that Bowie really doesn't get much from them when it comes to education. And so that doesn't sit well. I think we need to be a little bit more aggressive there. I understand that doesn't solve our challenge right here in this moment, but I think that is one of those things that we need to just add to our list of things to do right after this budget cycle, is now kind of pivot our focus back to Prince George's County Board of Education, so that we can make sure they're paying their fair share. Because we did talk about this a little bit during the last session. We're not getting any of the funding opportunities, quite frankly, that are coming to the state of Maryland because of the city of Bowie's tax position. And I don't necessarily think that's fair, that a lot of our tax dollars are being contributed to other communities. So I definitely think we need to really kind of address that after this budget cycle. Thanks.
Agreed, Councilmember Ndebumadu. It sounds like we have consensus to keep the $45,000 in for BCPA. My understanding from Councilmember Rogers and some others is that the county is probably also going to up their contribution this year as well. My suggestion is we keep this in for the time being. We follow up, as council members suggested, with the county and see what funding looks like next year. Do we have a general consensus in that direction? I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Any questions or thoughts from anyone else? Okay, we'll keep that in. Moving on, COC Arts and Education Grants.
Yes, so I'm going to speak on the next three line items. Next two. I have the COC Arts and Education grants. All three of those entities were looking to cut $41,000 total from their grant program. I'd like to mention that each would retain $15,000 budget. So each of those would retain a $15,000 grant program. It would not be a total elimination.
Okay. Any questions from any of my colleagues? None? General consensus for the proposed elimination? Yes. Okay. Consensus achieved. Arts Committee Material and Supplies reduction.
Again, this goes towards the work that the Arts Committee does. We're looking at a $3,500 reduction. They would retain a $5,500 or $5,500 budget. So this does not eliminate their budget, it just reduces it.
Okay. Any questions? Consensus? I think we have it. Let's see, $6,000.
Same storyline as the previous one, cutting $6,000, retaining a budget of $6,300.
Okay. Any questions? General consensus? Looks like we have it. Okay. Scholarships.
All right, this would eliminate the scholarship programs in full at $42,000.
Any questions on this one? No questions?
Just a quick follow-up.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Steph. Do the state delegates still have their scholarship program as well as the Prince George's County Council members?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to
Councilmember.
recuse myself from the next line item.
Okay.
Okay.
Roger that. Anyone else? No. Okay. So it looks like we have consensus.
Thank you.
All right, so we will remove the scholarships at $42,000. The next item comes down to grants given out by the Economic Development. Just a quick note, the Bowie BIC, the budget was prepared with a proposed increase of $25,000 to bring that to $175,000 going to Bowie BIC. Mr. King, would you like to relay how the proposed $55,000 would be cut from these two items?
Not really, but you invited me tonight, so I feel like I should speak about something. The budget requested by staff for the Bowie BIC for this year was to remain at the same $150,000 level that it's currently receiving. When the budget was presented, an additional $25,000 had been added. My recommendation, given the nature of the times we're in, is that we reduce our contribution to the Bowie BIC down to $125,000. Hence, that's the $50,000 number. You may recall that when we created the incubator, the budget commitment we made at that time, and that was way back in 2009, was for $100,000 per year, subject to appropriation. So while we have increased it over time, it is large enough to have met with inflation. We add to that, the Bowie BIC has still struggled to deliver its original promise, which is putting businesses in our vacant commercial space. So I'm not proposing eliminating it. I'm simply suggesting we could reduce it by $50,000. That's how we get to that. The other $5,000 is to the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce. You will recall that last fiscal year, that would be in May and June of 2025, council by council action granted $20,000 from your own accounts to the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce. Under your direction, we entered into a grant agreement with the Bowie Chamber. The first deliverable on the grant agreement was upon signature of the agreement, we would give them $5,000. We gave them that on June 30th of 2025. The agreement calls for periodic reports and receipts in order to get the additional money. Since the initial disbursement, we have received no reports. We have dispersed no additional money. In good faith, I included within my budget proposal to the city manager $5,000 for this coming fiscal year. And given that there has been to date lack of complete performance, I would suggest that that be held off till some future time when we are more fiscally healthy. Those are the two items therein.
Any questions from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we snap back the 50 off of BIC, and the main discussion point really is one of we've not seen something really truly beneficial to us downstream from those efforts in the retail community. Is there consideration on reducing, given that we've been spending at that level and not getting anything of consequence? It certainly speaks to not adding, but it also begs the question of whether we should be reducing or sustaining on an ongoing basis.
And I would like to reiterate, the proposal for reducing $50,000 is effectively just a $25,000 reduction from what's being given the current fiscal year. So it is.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thoughts on entering into some discussions, Mr. King, with BIC on the efficacy of their efforts and the value that we're seeing? And
it's an ongoing discussion I have with the executive director. She's certainly aware of it and is making a good faith effort to address it. We've seen this year an increase in programming in an attempt to really grab Bowie businesses and to help them get focused on Bowie. In fact, we'll be having the executive director here to your June meeting to give you her annual update. That said, we haven't gone beyond that, as in bringing it to you, given the ongoing, more complex nature of how you wish to approach economic development in the future. Mm-hmm. The role that the Bowie BIC plays currently may be different should you choose a different path. So we're withholding further in-depth discussion of the BIC at this time until we get further along in your discussions about economic development.
Yeah, and as a general comment, and I don't think it's actionable this evening, to your point, further discussion warranted. If there is and I think we are serious about our economic development efforts, that narrowing the focus to fewer outputs of more sizable quantity that might be more effective in achieving our stated objectives may be in order. So, all right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
I'll do Councilmember Ndibumadu, then Councilmember Rogers, and then I'll go over to my left.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. My comments are more from my colleague's consideration, and thank you, John Henry King, for that overview. Structurally, our current expectations of the Bowie BIC don't make sense, and structurally, the model that we are emphasizing this evening also doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to expect the Bowie Business Innovation Center to be producing retail businesses when really we're not going to get the economic yield from the retail businesses that they would be producing that we're looking to see. Our constituents do not really shop at mom and pop stores. So the level of sales that a business would have to be doing for us to meaningfully be collecting taxes on that business for it to really make or materialize really anything differential for us is not in alignment with what we are expecting them to do. Like the structure just does not make sense. The Bowie Business Innovation Center, which goes to my point that I'm getting to, should be producing different types of business that provide jobs. So they should be an engine for services businesses that are providing jobs for us to be getting those sort of taxes from the people that they are employing and the services that they may or may not be selling, i.e. example is like the IT tax and things of that sort. And so I thought the whole entire point of us giving money to the Maryland Women's something that we gave money to at the town center was for this very purpose of these retail stores that we were trying to get into vacant units, not having that expectation of the Bowie BIC, because now we're duplicating efforts, and I wonder why we're giving money to both. But I think we need to alter our expectation and alter our goals. I think the funding for the Bowie Business Innovation Center, especially after the working group that came out of HB 306, is very imperative. However, I think they should be producing different types of businesses, not businesses that are eventually going to become retailers. It also fundamentally doesn't make sense for where they sit, because if Bowie State University is now trying to become a research and entrepreneurship and innovation institution, they are housed there. So why would they be producing retailers? That doesn't make sense. And so I think it's a broader conversation for us to have a conversation around what goals are we setting for the Bowie Business Innovation Center that we want to see in return, and what types of businesses do we structurally need in the city of Bowie that actually will materialize meaningful taxes for us to collect revenues on. But I don't think that expectation should be retail entities. That doesn't make sense. So I just want to offer that. I am not in support of reducing this number, because I think this is a time structurally where we need to be following the recommendations that are coming out of producing a particular type of business that needs to be located in the city of Bowie. And if we reduce that money, the other monies that are out there for those types of businesses are very slim. And the only other person that provides that type of incentive is TEDCO. And TEDCO only gives out materially $100,000 a year across 5 businesses. And oftentimes, not always are those businesses coming out of Bowie. So I'll pause there.
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman, thank you for that insight. The Bowie BIC was not created to deal with retail businesses. It has not dealt with retail businesses, and to the best of my knowledge has no plans to. We don't ask that of them. It was created to deal with professional, scientific, technical, administrative businesses that would occupy the vacant office and flex space that we have in the city. You are correct. The Maryland Women's Business Center, which is also an entity we support, is the entity we are using to try and build retail businesses for it. You will also be getting an annual report from them in June.
So what I hear the council member saying real quick is her suggestion is leave the funding amount alone, have a conversation with the director in June, and we can maybe talk in a little bit more depth about how we want to partner with them with the funding amount we've got. And I've got a nod from Councilmember Rogers.
And Mr. Mayor, I agree. The Bowie Business Innovation Center, to me, is more of an incubator-type organization. And it struck me as unusual once I learned more about the Maryland Women's Business Center, that we went up to Rockville to view and bring it back here into Bowie, is that they're an incubator structure as well. These organizations are set up to help businesses, no matter what type of business they are, get set up and move forward. It just so happened that the Bowie BIC was able to get a nice size grant or whatever the money was from the federal sector that kind of pointed them in one direction. But they're all, to me, what they should be doing is more focused within the city of Bowie around incubator businesses, because when I talk with the businesses in the Maryland Women's Business Center, the small retail stores, one of the things I talked to them about was, okay, what do you do next? What are you doing after you're finished here? And a lot of them really were not clear. And my thought was, well then, and this is what I told them, you need to reach out to the Bowie BIC, because the Bowie BIC could at least take you to that next step where you can talk about small business loans and get you moving in a certain direction. Now, that may have all been overcome by events, but I believe that the Bowie BIC will be instrumental as we move forward with our business our strategy around economic development. Part of my conversations around this was to bring all of our economic development organizations together in a hub so that we can work together for the city of Bowie and bring in and help cultivate and promote various types of businesses. So I think we should keep the $25,000 in there, and now I'm going to recuse myself again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. On my left, Councilmember Truesdale, Councilmember Brady. Any thoughts on these? Nope. Okay.
Actually, quick.
Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
It's just a quick question. So I want to go back and recap on the dollars. So the budget right now is,
So in fiscal year 2026,
Yeah.
the city of Bowie provides to the Bowie BIC $150,000. The amount that is included in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2027 is $175,000. So what is proposed is a $25,000 increase over the current funding.
okay. I don't have a problem keeping current funding. I do have, that is to say, maintaining current funding and following up and chatting about direction and ensuring that we're getting where we want to go. But I don't see raising the money this year if we haven't gotten that sort of coalescing of direction and results.
I'm
Mr.
seeing,
Mayor,
oh, go,
can just chime in
Councilmember.
really quickly. To Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I would say that's on us. I wouldn't necessarily say that's on the BIC. It is on us to provide the level of expectations and the direct, specific, and precise guidance in which we are looking to see. The BIC is very clear and is very clear in alignment with the state of Maryland and as well as where Prince George's County is looking to go as it pertains to this sector. The reason why I say that is because a couple weeks ago when I presented on the working group of innovation and what the county is trying to do in alignment with the state, the BIC was a part of that working group. And so I would not spend our time tonight focusing on what we feel like we have not gotten from the BIC when we have been very decentralized and scattered in our approach. A lot of people have said this to us before over and over again, that they are confused and they don't have direct instruction in terms of one area of alignment from the city of Bowie. So I would caution us to not put that on the BIC and see this as an opportunity for us to form that alignment during this budget cycle so everybody has their clear marching orders. And then come next year when we are having this very same conversation, if you feel that the BIC is still not in alignment or entities like this have not delivered on the clear and concise goals that we have given them, then we can maybe have more of a structural conversation about whether they're meeting that. But I wouldn't necessarily just put all of where we have kind of made mistakes on them and kind of have that there. So I'll pause.
So, Councilmember Ndibumadu, we're talking about upping our contribution this year from 150 to 175, and you're saying you're comfortable with upping that contribution to 175 this year?
I'm precisely comfortable with that because what I'm trying to get everybody to see that some colleagues do is that the fastest growing businesses are in the area in which they serve, and they are in alignment in ways that we are not. And so I think we need that ecosystem. And if we are going to take strategic bets, which we've talked about a little bit over the last couple of weeks, which strategic bets are in economic development, this falls under a type of economic development. I would not be placing bets in retail businesses because the type of retail businesses that our constituents actually patronize are not small mom and pop businesses. So that's not where I would be placing strategic bets. If I am going to place strategic bets, it is going to be in producing of services like companies that have the potential to grow and create more jobs and have higher tax benefits for us.
So I'm seeing some division on this. So just a quick thumbs up, thumbs down from my colleagues on the 175. Yes to 175 or no to 175? No. Okay, I have one yes. I got one yes, two yeses, and I got two no's. Yes or no? No. Okay, so that's a no. So we're going to go down to 150. Sorry, colleagues. All right. All right, so down to 150 for Bowie BIC staff, and we're comfortable with the remainder remaining in place then? Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. And I appreciate the discussion. I know we got reasonable differences of opinion on this.
So the chamber portion of the 5,000?
Correct, yeah, everything else,
So now that she's gone, I think we ought to
Yes.
formally attend to it. Well,
so we give $5,000 to the Bowie Chamber of Commerce,
no, we give addition.
That is proposed for fiscal year '27.
down from what's the current amount?
0. And this is because they've failed to follow through on
No, sir.
paperwork?
There was, council appropriated the grant to the Bowie BIC after the budget cycle had concluded for this current fiscal year. You acted in May, but after the budget was approved from existing 25 funds. So in the current fiscal year, there is no grant to the Bowie BIC contained within my budget. However, the grant given them at the end of fiscal 2025 has carried forward.
Gotcha. All right, but we're on to, I think we closed out on that one.
Historically, it has been 0 in terms of what's been budgeted under economic development, but this budget got $5,000 included in it, so staff is recommending it return to 0.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
We have consensus. Okay, looks like we have consensus. All right, thank you, team. Anything else on this page? All good? All right, moving along.
All right, the next category we have is technology. So we're going to start off, first line is city council and city council cell phones, $2,400.
Okay, anyone using their council cell phone? I see everyone has them, or theirs with them. This, if I recall, was following a discussion with legal counsel. It was advised that personal cell phones are FOIA-able, and that it was advisable to have a work phone. I think as of now, it is still up to council discretion whether they use one or not. Staff is recommending eliminating this. Has our legal liability changed in the amount of $2,400?
This was just put on for a discussion item, so we can
All
move
right,
on.
let's make this simple. Anyone have any questions or thoughts on this one? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would suggest we just keep it, or not accept the, not accept the reduction.
All right, I'm hearing strong consensus for keep and use. So public, reach out to us on our work phones. All right, that one stays. Communications.
All right, yes, then next we've got a number of items with IT. Ms. Hayworth, do you want to run through what we have in here? I did want to say this is probably one of the sections that is harder for us in terms of looking at opportunities for cuts. So IT was really digging deep when they were looking at this in terms of making some of the revisions. They've got a little over $90,000 in the IT-related items, because certainly IT is one of the areas we have been expanding a lot over the years because of device proliferation, increased technology, et cetera. But Ms. Hayworth?
Sure. So what we presented to you, we went through our budget, tried to find some cuts that made sense without too much impact. Some of these items include data conversion for call recording. That's for the police department. That's actually going to be part of our ongoing RFP that we have out right now. And most of the vendors have decided it's more cost effective for us to keep our legacy systems for the time required. So we could eliminate $20,000 there. Other items include some minor equipment for positions that departments had requested that are not going to be viable for the next fiscal year, so that funding can be removed. There's some repair and maintenance for printers. As our smaller printers die out, we are just going to remove them from the fleet and have users rely on multifunction printers, which are actually less expensive to operate toner cost-wise. And then we also found some smaller softwares that were either underutilized or that we could find cheaper solutions for. So those were those reductions.
Any questions from any of my colleagues? Any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Remind me, SolarWinds?
SolarWinds, we were using some of their products for different things. Some of the network tools, they changed to a subscription model. Their prices tripled, so we found cheaper solutions.
Thank you.
Any of my other colleagues, thoughts, questions? Okay. Does any of this significantly introduce, well, this is a bit of a silly question. You wouldn't be proposing it if it did, but just for my own reassurance, do any of these cuts introduce new risks to our IT security?
No, no risks.
No risk whatsoever? Okay. So you'd be comfortable with us accepting all the IT cuts as they are without any risk growth? Are my colleagues generally consenting to all of the IT cuts? All right, I'm not seeing any objections. All the IT cuts are accepted. That leaves us with Councilmember Ndibumandu also signaling favorable. That leaves us with 2 items for community services, admin project management software and admin EV bike.
So both of those, I'll be brief here. We've pushed out a ton of capital projects, so there's only a couple that are active in the system. We went from approximately 30 CIPs last year to probably going to be about 5 or 6. Some of those already under construction. No need for the project management software at this point. We'll revisit that as capital projects increase in the future.
Roger that. Any objections or questions from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question, what software was being utilized?
We've used a couple different ones in the past, so right now we are without.
Okay.
We had already canceled the membership.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay, so accepted.
And EV bicycle, not much to that.
All right, thank you, team.
Thanks.
Next page.
All right, the next page we have titled Printing, Advertising, and Materials. So we have a lot of divisions in here. I wanted to start off by mentioning the items that are stated as materials, supplies, minor equipment. Those are small dollar reductions in departments. The general idea is we're going to try and buy less stuff for the day-to-day operation of the city. In some cases, some of this is contingent in case we just need to get something, but those items that fall under the materials, supplies, and minor equipment are just small dollar reductions. Nothing specific identified. We're just going to try and be more conservative for those reductions. Let me speak in a larger sense to the remaining 2 advertisings under communications and economic development. We also have printing and binding and postage costs associated with that. A lot of that is wrapped in together. The proposal for the reduction in communications advertising advertising and printing, the majority of that comes into printing costs. So it is when we have a postcard information piece, things along those lines, we mock it up in-house, put it out to the printer, generate a few thousand copies, and then distribute over the next year or 2, however it might be. This is not removing it entirely. It retains about $8,000-$10,000 in that line for printing up these pieces, but the idea is that we would work more towards digital communications, driving folks to our websites, social medias, those sorts of things, and lose some of that tangible printing items. There is certainly, so that reduction in printing under communications drives to some reductions then in postage, because some of those things get mailed out to various constituent groups. Let me pause right there to get the sort of general reaction of the idea of reducing our general publication printing costs and how you feel about that. So just to put an idea in mind, one of the cards that we put out is for Bowie alerts. So we print out a glossy paper that we hand out at special events, and people take it with them, and then they either discard it or they sign up. We wouldn't have those available anymore. We'd ask people to scan a QR code or do things along those lines for.
Yeah, so my sense is that every last one of these is going to be content-based. So I'm happy to turn it over to my colleagues if they have any initial thoughts or questions. Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess my general comment is I support the reductions, and I would offer up this comment as well, which is the expectation is that if we get into a situation where something is needed, I think we ought to expect that there are going to be more budget amendment requests made in this coming year to cover things that weren't envisioned in the budget, because I think everybody plans for the worst case scenario, and the expectation is that this might happen, that might happen, we may print some of these, we may do this, put it in the budget, and we'll be covered. And I think that under normal circumstances, that might be a more efficient way of managing the money flow. I think in this particular circumstance where we find ourselves really pinching pennies, that it's better to reduce the overall aggregate asks and then expect or anticipate that there'll be some more variables or variances in the process, so that we'd be in a position to say, yeah, if you need another 10,000 in advertising for some reason, that I think the body would probably feel comfortable seeing a request for that as a budget amendment, and everyone would be bobbing their heads going like, yeah, we've got to advertise this or whatever. And I think that that's a prudent approach to take, given our circumstances.
I think you captured very well. This year, if the council was deliberating something and said, hey, could you get a postcard out to the entire community to let them know about this thing? It's real important we do the postcard. This year, we would be saying yes. When you ask us in the next fiscal year, we would say, we do not have the funds for that. That would be the effective difference.
But we would be in a position to say, yeah, but I'm going to give you some more based on whatever, because I see it's a need, and obviously there's always going to be 10,000 around somewhere. But at other points in time, we're going to go like, yeah, that's right, maybe we shouldn't spend the money after all. So there is a little bit of a braking effect on spending, which is, I think, a useful consequence.
Yes. So to continue on, we have a number of other printing things associated in there. You'll see under business operations, we're recommending no longer printing our budget books. It costs us several $1,000s to budget of the budget to print out our proposed and adopted budget books each year. That also goes for our annual comprehensive financial reports. It is a significant reduction in regards to those, and we would be driving people online to take a look at those.
Any concerns from any of my colleagues about that particular change? No more budget books, no more comprehensive financial reports in writing?
And primarily those people are going to be your staff and your city council are the ones that receive these printed materials.
So I'll poll city council members. Any concerns about that one, colleagues? Councilmember Rogers.
Mr. Mayor, I can give up a lot of things, but I can't give up my budget book because it's too big to print on my home printer, and I have to have something to write on. But I do understand the need to minimize printing costs. It's not going to be easy for me, but I'm willing to take one for the team.
So wait, take one for the team and not have the written budget book?
It's hard. It's going to be hard.
I see. We're going through the stages of grief. I understand. Question for staff. Obviously, we have 6 budget books up here tonight. 23,000 is a lot. How many budget books are we printing generally, and how are they being circulated?
We have a lot of staff that have these budget books that prepared. You'll note the quality of the proposed budget book that we put out each year. We could certainly do a better job of having a much lower quality proposed budget book for you all that we manufacture on a, I don't know, photocopier. That might work out a little bit better, but it's really enough for staff. There's a number that are kept for if the public is interested in coming and having them, but this is largely a staff convenience to have this book to look it up.
Understood. There is, I will just throw out there, I think, value in having a lot of budget books that are available to the public as a matter of both transparency and seriousness. both internally and externally. I think it's a valuable thing. I've had residents over the years who've expressed that they really like having these things. I will say this, though. In recent years, I've noticed a trend, and my colleagues may agree or disagree, where more residents have said, I don't need the book, I need a spreadsheet. And I can take a spreadsheet online, where I can just quickly go through and look at, what's this, what's the note, what's the dollar amount. So I don't know if any of my other colleagues have felt that way, but books I've noticed with the public have gotten less popular over time. Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may, I need a book. I can't get through this kind of volume and on a digital form. I got to have a book. I don't. It doesn't need to be four-color glossy laminate front cover. For a black and white print on the inside, I'm perfectly happy with a black and white cover. Go ahead.
Okay. We're willing to print in-house printing for someone if somebody requests it, but in the past few years, we have so many left over of these beautiful glossy books. I mean, we're talking about hundreds. Mm-hmm. And because residents don't ask for them.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of like a waste to continue to print something that is just going to sit in my, where I keep all my stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with your assessment. If there's no need to print for those that don't need, I would suggest that perhaps we reduce the overall print quantity with the expectation that they're mainly used by staff internal with a de minimis number for external should they be requested.
And just think about all the trees that you will be saving.
Yes.
As an added plus.
Yeah.
All right. So
I assure you, mine gets used.
Councilmember Rogers.
So one thing that we did here, and I constantly get feedback on, is making the budget information more consumable by the average resident. So the spreadsheet, the 1 or 2 pagers that give them enough information to point them onto the website to help them get the rest of the information would be very helpful. So I'm willing to give up that much for sure. And that, those couple sheets would help me too, but I still need the book. But I do agree that residents, based on these last, even listening sessions, said I need something that I can, clearly see and understand and not have to go through a lot. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so it sounds like we have Councilmember Brady.
A couple of them, just going back to what you said, Mr. Mears. The coming year, our unrestricted reserves are zero. Therefore, we're not going to be able to rely on supplemental budgets to draw from that to pay for unexpected stuff, correct?
We would need to be making decisions in regards to what we would not want to do rather than relying on contingent funds.
Right, okay. And with regards to all these items here, printing and mailing and what have you, are these individual silos in different parts of the city hall, or is this all under one umbrella where we have fairly good control to maintain the proper efficiency and cost containment?
So I'll let Maddie take that, because you'll see quite a number of these printing operations are contained under business operations, but you'll see their senior center postcards and newsletters. So we try to contain that within business operations. Maddie, anything to add?
No, so under business operations, we centralize printing, we centralize postage, so everything has to go through our office. I have great staff that does control that, and we always try to get as minimal, we try to reduce as much as possible. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're pretty efficient.
Good. And these are reductions, they aren't zeroing out these items?
They're just being reduced. And because certain departments are no longer going to be doing certain things, we don't have to have as much mailings. But certain big mailings that we do, we're going to continue to do them. because that's just what it is. I mean, when we're talking about mailing the bills for, the water, for the city water, that still will continue. There's not going to be a reduction in that.
I understand that. Thank you. With regards to the spreadsheet, and that came up at the last community forum on the budget. I think Mr. Clutter raised the issue. Spreadsheets, especially tied to the budgets on the different parts that you can click on it and expand out in order to provide amplifying information other than just the number in the budget book that it covers a multitude of different things. You click on that and it pops out with the information. That would be very helpful to provide the information to the citizens. And then just in generalities, and I know these are typically tied more to projects, but how dependent are we, or how often do we use contingency funds in the budget document?
So we have, contained in the budget, there is $300,000 of contingency that is proposed to be maintained. We haven't proposed to reduce that.
And is that restricted to specific areas of city governance, or is that just a pot of?
That's in the general fund.
I'm sorry, what?
That's in the general fund.
So it's available
any
to-
general fund purpose.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilman Brady raises a really good point. So we'll be down to a zero fund balance, but we will have $300,000 in contingency funds available. But that is much less playroom, to be clear, than we've had in the past. So we got to keep those asks as though we have zero. Okay. To Councilman Brady's point about the spreadsheet specifically, I understand, and if this is a conversation not for tonight, just make a face and I'll take that. I know that currently finance staff has a deeply manual process when they put the budget together. And I know that we've got interims and actings kind of running our finance team right now. But one thing we're thinking about is, in the long run, I suspect it's going to be penny wise, pound foolish if we don't start addressing that now. My personal preference, I don't want to talk for any of my colleagues, but my personal preference would be we start taking whatever steps are needed, including the associated costs this year, to do whatever we need to do on the software front, the training front, the whatever it takes to reduce that manual burden on staff. I suspect there will be some synergetic solutions as well that make things like the interactive budget that Councilman Brady describes more feasible. Does staff have any thoughts on that?
I have lots of thoughts on that, and I'll try to pare them down. As you know, I came in right at the end of the budget process, where they were pulling all the reports and preparing the book itself. And you are absolutely correct. It is a very manual process. It's one of the most manual processes I've seen in 30-plus years, because not only every change, I'll just put it this way, every single change has to go through and tick and tied on this document, okay? So you have to change the Excel spreadsheets, you have to update the narratives that go with that. So the second day I was in the office, we had to sit down and did like a SWOT analysis, if you will, and to encourage staff to start evaluating and encouraging them. And it didn't take much encouraging for them to take the bait, if you will. They are very, very excited about looking forward. I can tell you this, that there are some very, very good software applications out there. Some of them can be a little pricey, but by the time you do the implementation, it's basically a half a year. And then the training that goes with that. So you're probably looking at a 2-year window. Not to say that you're waiting for everything in those 2 years, but you're going to have to, I would recommend to do it incrementally, because by the time you get the new staff on, et cetera, working with the department heads, working with the city manager, it just takes a little while. But at the end of the day, it will be much more efficient. What I'm also nervous of is that if you make a mistake, you're more apt to make a mistake in a very, very manual process. And this is, in my opinion, one document you do not want to make a mistake in. If the financial statements, I hate to say it this way, if the ACFR is incorrect, nobody reads the ACFR. If the budget book is incorrect, you're going to hear about it. So you really want the quality control over this document, and I think that the software will help you with that. And that's my 2 cents.
So needless to say, this budget was not prepared with resources to put in a software solution for our budget.
Councilmember Brady.
Just a follow-up on that, and the concept of the spreadsheet added information is not tied to this budget, but rather to the future. Second question I have is, when it comes to all the information that's in the budget book, all of the numbers, all the accounts and everything, is that strictly a slice of time, or are we building on this year adds to last year's? Is it a database, or is it just a 1 year, or is it multi-years where you can easily pull out to do trends?
The Munis software is historical, so as long as you have information, you can go back and pull that data. To tell you the truth, I don't know about the budget worksheets themselves. I don't know if they are a historical roll forward or, so they're just pulling the 2 years and on that Excel spreadsheet and working from there. But the data you can pull in the Munis data very, very easily if you're looking for that 3, 5, 10-year trend analysis.
Okay, thank you.
As the departments are building these budgets, they're relying on the worksheets that they have prior year budget, current year estimate, and then the proposed year budget. So there's not a lot of history in the actual spreadsheets that they have. But in our Munis system, departments are able to log in online and pull up greater history that way, but it's not contained within the worksheets that they use each year.
Thank you, Councilmember. So to Councilmember Brady's point, and also building on something that Councilmembers Rogers and Ndibumadu brought up before about data visualization, Mr. Mears, what I hear you saying is we don't have the funds to begin the software acquisition necessary to do everything that the acting director was describing. Did I hear that right?
No, we don't have funds for a, let's call it a self-contained budget module for that development.
Roger that. I'm hearing some consensus from some of my colleagues that we would actually like to include funding for that. Even if the acting director is correct and this is like a 2-year process to fully implement that, we think the long-term savings are substantial. Not to mention, I think it'll open up more possibilities for us to create the tools that Councilman Brady is describing, which will go a long way in the future. Do I have general consensus from my colleagues on that? I'm seeing most heads nodding yes. All right, great.
Your future finance director, whoever they may be, will greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. We'll try and get a number together. We'll do a WAG and have that for you on Wednesday.
We know we're operating in choppy seas with numbers right now. Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
A quick question for you. Is there potential that Munis offers a budget module?
Yes.
Okay. Is it worth anything?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I'll speak to that. The Munis budget module, you can do the data entry into it, but it won't do the pro forma analysis and more of the comparative type stuff. And then it won't generate the book for you. It won't pull in the narrative and that kind of thing. So you're looking, I'll just throw one out, it's not the only one out, OpenGov, which is much more dynamic relative to pulling in financial data and doing the write-ups. So I'll work with the acting city manager in the next 2 days and get an estimate.
Right. So that begs a quick question for me then. Funds control, how's our current ERP doing funds control if we don't have any, if we don't have that, sounds like very limited budget module for Munis? How are we doing fund control?
Are you meaning cash flow analysis?
No, fund control, that is to say, I've obligated $1 million for this organizational component.
It does very, very, very well.
Okay.
It encumbers the money, it recognizes the purchase orders against any line number. That does a very, very good job at. It's the analytic review process, the pro forma analysis that it doesn't do, and it doesn't, again, it doesn't pull easily into a integrated publishing, if you will, component. And it's a publishing component that is very, very difficult.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification.
And to make sure we're killing all birds with one stone here, I think whatever software tool staff explores, anything that eases data visualization, spreadsheet creation, et cetera, anything that makes it easier for the public to understand, that is part of what we're looking for. Sorry, council member. Nope, we're good? Okay. Any of my colleagues? We're good? Okay.
All right, so I know we've been talking over a lot of categories associated with postage and printing and those sorts of things. I'm getting the general sense that staff recommendations are adequate and we're moving towards a less paper, more electronic world.
In all categories except for the budget book, or I think the council consensus is maintain the budget book for council and staff.
We need a few, yeah. Okay.
We need a few, but maybe a few, fewer for the public given past interest.
All right, I think we will probably revise this number just a little bit to make sure we've got a few copies on hand. I jumped over advertising for economic development. Mr. King, did you want to speak on that?
It's advertising for economic development.
It's a reduction of $40,000.
It's a reduction. In the budget request for this FY27, advertising dollars are requested additional. That will be to implement the marketing strategy that you have had prepared. We received it just after we went on our Christmas holiday, but within enough time that I could incorporate some of its recommendations into my funding requests. But in light of the fiscal situation, going to start ratcheting that back.
I'm not seeing any objections from any of my colleagues. Any questions? None? Okay. I think we have consensus on that recommendation then. We'll move us to community services on the same page.
Yeah, we're coming down over at senior services, a couple of items. Mr. Spurgeon.
First item happens to do with the pool room at the senior services, the senior center. Replacement pool table. It is in poor but operable condition, and we're requesting to defer that.
Any questions from any of my colleagues? None. I'm seeing general consensus. Accepted, Mr. Spurgeon.
All right. Next item is similar to the other categories discussed regarding advertising. It is a slight cut or reduction of $2,500.
I don't see any objections up here. All right, accepted.
Next item is youth services, materials, and supplies for the job fair.
And is this a reduction or a complete elimination?
This will eliminate the budget, the supplies budget for the event. So we would have to rely on sponsorships and donations.
Understood. And I take it, given that you're recommending this, you're confident that that will come through?
I've spoken to the director of youth services, and yes, we're confident.
Well, then I don't think you're going to get any objections up here. Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon.
Thank you. Next item, youth services, eliminate magazine subscriptions. I got that from a certain council member.
Okay. I don't have any problems with that. Everyone's going to be on their phones in the waiting room anyway.
Correct.
All right.
All right, and last item is Ice Arena advertising reduction of $1,000.
And is this a reduction or an elimination?
Reduction.
All right. Any objections?
I just need to understand what the reduction means.
So
It was already a very small line item for the Ice Arena. So I believe it was $1,500. Give me 1 second.
I'm concerned more about the impact, that's all. Because I share everything that I get about the ice arena.
So it shouldn't have any impact. Majority of the advertising and marketing that the Ice Arena is doing is through their social media pages at this point. And that's where we're seeing the most amount of interest being generated.
Yeah, so the budget was proposed at $3,000, and this removes $1,000.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions on any of these? Seeing none. All right. Next page.
All right. This is going to be an interesting discussion for you all this evening. All right, so this is infrastructure. The first one, Mr. Spurgeon, he's got dollars all over the place. White Marsh baseball infield renovation. You're recommending we push that out. I did want to just do a quick highlight here of the funds that were presented to you this evening. 90% of what was proposed is ongoing cut. Once it's removed, it would be gone for good. About 10% of the dollars shown to you this evening are things that are just either a one-time expense or deferred out into the future. So this is one of those 10% items as a deferral.
Yeah, so at White Marsh Park, we have the baseball field. We had budgeted for infield renovation. We are looking to push that out, $40,000.
Say more, Director.
Sure, absolutely. So the baseball field, it's a 90-foot diamond. We have 2 additional 90-foot diamonds. We have Black Sox baseball field and Jericho Park baseball field number 3. Both of those are 90-foot diamonds. Those 2 are the predominantly used baseball fields at the 90-foot diamond. White Marsh baseball field is used for baseball occasionally, but predominantly is used for the outfield for football and lacrosse.
Gotcha. If we push this out, we're proposing to push it to next year?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to have to deal with this expense next year.
We're going to have to deal with it at some point, yes.
But inflation, I assume, is potentially going to make it more expensive unless something really dramatic happens with the global economy?
I don't see a major increase on this one.
Okay. Any questions from my colleagues? Hearing none. I'm a little uncomfortable pushing this off because I'm not sure I understand why we're pushing it off, and it's going to come back to get me next year anyway.
It will come back to get you next year anyway.
Right. So personally, I'm in favor of leaving it, but I might be the only one, and that's okay. I'm allowed to be wrong.
Well, Mr. Mayor, part of the strategy around looking at your cost is to see what you can delay. So this is a strategy. I mean, you may come upon some additional funding next year from another source. So this is always a great technique, and I thank Nick and his team for doing that.
My new love language, another source of revenue.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you have consensus either way on that one, so thank you, Director. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, this next one is one you were not expecting to see. So we have a lot of aging infrastructure within the city of Bowie. One of the things that has been more significant in terms of the challenges associated with it is our streetlight infrastructure. We have been spending too little money on our streetlight infrastructure over the years, and over the past couple, we've been adding more and more dollars associated with the maintenance of that. Those that have been on the council for a little while may have noticed that the phone calls to your homes have reduced in regards to the streetlight maintenance. This next proposal is to eliminate that. Dr. Ahn.
Mr. Mayor, Council, again, what I propose would have impacts. What Public Works provides, we don't have too many nice to have things. It's all essential, but this is one of the few items that I don't want to say not as important, but has little bit of a wiggle room. We are spending about almost $2.5 million every year for street light maintenance and a cable replacement. And I'm proposing a reduction of $1 million from proposed $2.2 million next year. We cannot possibly reduce maintenance costs of water plant and wastewater plant. They are running 24/7 hours. We cannot possibly reduce funding for stormwater management, which is mandated by state law. Street lighting, it would be an inconvenience. However, I could not find any other room for savings. With a heavy heart, I don't have any other options. Mr. Mayor, Council.
So this proposal would not remove all street light maintenance. Essentially, what this would do is some of the smaller, less traveled roads, your courts and smaller streets, when the street lights would go out, they would stay out.
So, Dr. Ahn, I don't think I'm going out on too much of a limb speaking for the council as a whole when I say we broadly recognize that your department is full of stuff that is essential. So I would not beat yourself up too significantly if we end up not making any cuts to what you do, because what you do has some pretty immediate implications in the way that not being able to rent a boat from Allen Pond, while sad, it doesn't have quite the same life or death consequence. So please don't beat yourself up, and please don't let your team beat themselves up if you're struggling to come up with cuts, because I think we kind of expect that that's going to be harder for you guys. Okay, not just putting down what anyone else does, but we all recognize, priorities. So I guess my one question is, I would be fine with this personally, but as I constantly remind myself, I'm not the only one who lives here, and a lot of my residents will say to me something on the order of, the street light maintenance is a safety issue for people who are out walking, especially in the winter when it starts getting dark around 4:30. Anecdotally, my suspicion is that there's far more outages than are actually reported. I just get the sense a lot of residents aren't sure how to report, and so there may be a little bit of a gap there. That's not staff's fault. That's just us constantly trying to improve communication around that. My personal sense is making a large cut like this to streetlight repair might be larger than what the public will actually be comfortable stomaching. What I hear staff describing is that this will simply slow the rate of repair a bit.
That might be, frankly speaking, a bit of understatement. So as Mr. Mears explained, with this proposed cut, courts or subdivision streetlights may not be repaired anytime soon, Mr. Mayor. I won't sugarcoat it.
So
well,
this,
we're glad you're not sugarcoating it, because this is why we're here. So that's good.
So this has come about because this has been a significantly increasing portion of the city's budget. I know we have not talked about it at great length amongst the council. As I mentioned, those that have been on the council for a while knew we had a lot more calls coming in regards to this. Effectively, the underground infrastructure in terms of the cables that run from light to light is what is failing, and this is going to be a major expense category for a large number of years for us, and will likely be getting worse. This is not to say if a light bulb goes out that the light bulb isn't changed. This is for the underground cables, which is where the significant expense rests.
Roger that. I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Ndebu Madu.
Thank you so much, Mayor Stev. My first question, Director Ahn, thanks for the presentation. Do you see any immediate impacts to public safety in regards to this reduction?
So with limited resources, with a proposed reduction in funding, we'll have to prioritize which street lighting to be addressed first. Very similar to how we operate the snowplow operation. We will have to prioritize. If one street has a lot more traffic volume than the other, we'll have to address streetlights where there's a higher traffic volume.
I will share, this is a topic I've talked about a lot over the years. There is not a public safety impact. There is a public safety perception impact. The streetlights are there for perceived public safety. I don't believe the lighted streets for the community have a tangible impact. Although if we were to speak with our chief of police, he may have a different opinion on that, but it's worth debate.
Council member, sorry, Ndebu Madu.
Does our police chief have a comment that he'd like to make on this part before I go to my next comment?
He is not present in the room at the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So what I will offer for my colleagues' consideration is I am comfortable with this reduction. The reason why I'll say I'm comfortable with this reduction is because when you look at, there are two major trends that are going on in the U.S. As well as the state as it pertains to other buckets of funds, and that refers to modernization infrastructure. Streetlights fall under that modernization infrastructure initiative because oftentimes it is perceived as transportation safety or it is perceived as public safety. And because there is such a large push across the United States, many of my colleagues saw what our lobbyists sent out last week around transportation modernization in general. Because there's such a large push, this falls under that bucket. The reason why I'm comfortable reducing this is because I think we can recuperate this somewhere else where the state is kind of, quite frankly, putting a lot of money towards the modernization of applying Internet of Things, which is technically just, in layman's terms, digital sensors, to infrastructure such as this so that they can use predictive analytics to know when wires are going down or lights might go out in other areas of technological advancements. And so I'm comfortable with this reduction for that reason. Now, but I do think if we are going to make that reduction, what I think we need to make sure we're in alignment on is to pursue those opportunities, which means that when there are pilot opportunities or partnership opportunities that are brought to us, we have the expectation of staff to move on those opportunities, because oftentimes I think people are misconceived that those opportunities come, they sit in front of us for months. We have months, practically up to a year to respond. And the reality is that we don't. Oftentimes they have very compressed timelines. They're very quick in their selection process and they move very fast. And so if we are going to reduce this, which I think we should, because I think we can recuperate it from somewhere else, I think we are just going to have to change the way we go about modernization opportunities and really just go forward with the mindset that we are going to commit to trying to modernizing our infrastructure and partnering with the state and the federal government in those areas, because that is where the money is being allocated towards. And those conclude my comments. If anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Brady.
A couple of items. In the current year, what percentage of what is budgeted for cable repair do you expect to expend versus what has been budgeted?
So this year, if you may recall, there was already a budget amendment request approved by council I remember late last year. But in short, budgeted amount combining street lighting maintenance and a cable replacement was $1.5 million. But we've already exceeded $2.2 million as we speak now.
So we've exceeded the amount that was budgeted. Okay.
Yes, Council.
So obviously, you're tightening a budget on a budget item on something that we definitely used to its fullest extent.
Yes, sir.
And I'm a little concerned. We have a long history with the water and sewer system of not maintaining it at a proper level. So I'm concerned with moving it back. If we were to reduce it, I would echo my District 4 representative, Ndebu Madu, that if we reduce it, then we need to look at ways of coming up with grants or other things that could then be pushed back into the program to meet the needs of your department in order to satisfy the corrective maintenance.
So I'm with Council Members Brady and Ndebu Madu on the need to pursue additional funding sources, and I think that's a unanimous opinion on this body. Mayor Pro Tem Dufour-Wolfley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm quite concerned about this. My history with light outages has been long, and it has been improving thanks to the good works that your offices have been engaged in and the money that the city spent on it. And I want to kind of double back on what Councilman Brady said, which is I'm very concerned about falling into the trap in which we found ourselves with water and sewer, which was aging infrastructure that's being ignored, and then we find ourselves with a bigger bill later, and you know it's not going away. And I got to tell you, a city with a bunch of half its streetlights out, frankly, looks like the signs of a deteriorating city that can't keep up its basic infrastructure and its commitment to at least the appearance of maintaining the assets that we do have. And so I'm gravely concerned with the notion of not pursuing on an ongoing basis what we have been seeing is an absolute need. And to Assistant City Manager Mears' point, there may be some question mark as to how much it improves safety. I assure you it provides dramatic comfort level and the appearance of safety. And when people call me about their lights being out, it is based on their concerns for safety. Now, is it the most efficacious method of providing safety? Perhaps not. But when you have street lights and you fail to maintain them, I don't want to be the guy that answers the phone and says, yeah, we just decided it just didn't matter, and we're gonna hold off on that. I think this is one of those budget items that will come back to bite us, both from people's perspective of it's important to us. I do know that the age of these wires is just contributes to the problem, and there's no getting around it. You just have to plug your way through, and then if something burns out or shorts out before you get to it, you send over an emergency crew and you start working it. So I appreciate those good efforts, and I hope my colleagues will come around to sustaining it. And I'm the guy that doesn't want to spend the money, but I also don't want to find myself in a deeper hole down the road. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm sensing a general consensus forming that we keep the $1 million, but we do look at alternative programs where we can look for some additional funding sources. Councilmember Rogers, apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm hearing two aspects of this. One is the street lights. The other is the aging infrastructure. I'm making an assumption that the aging infrastructure is over in the districts 1 and 2, primarily, and parts of 4. Is that where we're looking at the aging infrastructure? Okay. All right, but the street lights, and I agree with Councilman Wolfley, there is a perception of more safety around street lights. I think what I'm hearing, which is absolutely going to be necessary because it's been the theme throughout all of this evening, is that we have to be proactive and more robust around our grants, grant funding, and the monies that are out there are available to us. And if we don't do that, then everything else that we've talked about will not be as effective. I mean, we really do have to do that. And if that means, staffing up Director Bugg's staff to help follow through and promote this, we have to be proactive. Otherwise, it's, a waste of time. But I do believe that we do not want to get into the situation we're in with the aged water infrastructure. And if this is a problem, we need to address it ongoing. I don't feel comfortable with cutting something as important as this, because no matter what, we're going to have to catch up and get it done anyway. So that's my position, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else?
In short,
Councilman Truesdale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In short, I concur with my colleagues, the importance of the public safety of having our neighborhoods lit. So, in short, I concur.
Okay, so we're keeping the $1 million. We are looking for funding opportunities, and if any of my colleagues stumble across any particular grants they're hearing about, have any specific examples they're aware of, please direct them directly to Mr. Mears so we can evaluate them. LED light program.
This is along a similar theme here. It is our lighting infrastructure. These are investments that are made ultimately to improve efficiency. However, if we don't spend the money now, we will not have spent it, and we've just got a little bit longer time of operating cost associated with it. This may be, speaking to Councilwoman Rogers' points, one of those deferral items where we could, something we may ultimately want to do, but do we need to do it this year?
So is it possible to get us some math on $250,000 worth of LED lighting? When do we recoup the cost savings long-term of $250,000 ED lights?
So right now, we are also taking advantage of a rebate program offered by BGE. So we are getting a lot more replacement on using that program. So with it, with a rebate, it take about 10 years to break even our initial investment.
So even with the rebate, we're looking at 10 years to break even. And what's the size of the rebate relative to the size of the cost of repairs in a given year?
So the rebate program covers about 60-70% of the entire fixture.
And is that rebate expected to continue into the future, or have there been any mumblings of that going on?
So right now it is still available, but however, it's at the mercy of BGE's decision. And when they exhaust the allocated amount, which is not known, but we were hoping to take advantage of that rebate program as much as possible. But again, this item is can be deferred with a minimal negative impact.
Understood. I'm going to say 3 discontinued thoughts in general, and then go to my colleagues. I'm not taking a position one way or the other. I'm still making up my mind. 1, LED versus traditional lighting, I don't think presents anything close to a safety issue. And in all the years that I've heard from members of our environmental community about the importance of LEDs, I now today hear from many members of the same community telling me how LEDs are so destructive to the natural environment and to the sleep cycles of animals and whatnot. So there seems to be now fracturing within the proponent community for these about whether or not these are even a good idea. Where the main advantage are to the LEDs is in the long-term cost savings. My biggest concern with LEDs is that we will live in a town for a long period of time where every other light is traditional, every other light is LED, and it looks like we can't make up our minds, even worse than not maintaining our infrastructure. So those are just the immediate reactions I have. Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
So let me get a point of clarification. This LED light program is to replace lights that have not yet burned out. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay.
Yes.
So for the lights, so we would continue with our program of light replacements with LED because there's no alternative, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is accelerating replacements before end of life for existing bulbs.
Yes, sir.
All right. So that, okay. So and it's a 10-year payback, but I've already got a sunk cost on existing lights. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy replacing light when it burns out, and who knows, that light might last 10 years anyway. All right. Thank you.
With a 60% rebate. Any of my other colleagues on this one? Councilman Brady.
And just to follow up on that last point, there's the rate structure that we pay for the electricity that powers the lights, incandescent versus LED. There's 2 different rates, and the LED is at a much lower rate, correct?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
So that by converting them over, yeah, we may do it before they burn out, but we'd be saving money on the cost of the electricity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's a primary savings by switching to LED. Yes,
Okay.
electricity
Thank you.
cost.
So we have two different tariff rates now for streetlights?
So technically, there is a detailed fee structure for different types of light fixture and types of light bulb. Yes, but in short, there are different pricings for different types of lighting fixtures.
Thank you.
Your recollection that it wasn't that way in the past is correct. It's changed.
So we all get to be right. To Councilmember Brady's point, I agree completely. I think I'm firmly on the side of keeping this because I do think the cost savings associated with immediate replacement will save us on rate. We've got a rebate program now. I've been following the energy debate at the state level. I don't know what's going to exist out there in the future related to energy subsidies. And it kind of keeps us on pace with moving in one direction related to the kind of lighting we have. That's me personally. It sounds like we might be divided on this. Want to do a quick thumbs up, thumbs down on 250,000? All right, got one. Councilman.
What's the question?
Whether we thumbs up, keep the $250,000 or thumbs down, eliminate the $250,000.
Eliminate.
Yeah, I'm eliminate.
Eliminate? Eliminate? Really? Eliminate? Eliminate. All right, we'll eliminate the $250,000 for LED lights.
Excuse me, Mayor Esteb, just one addition here.
Councilmember Ndebimadu.
So what we're saying is that we are comfortable with the mix, match, and lighting. When before we just talked about, we didn't want to, sorry, I closed my eyes to remember, to pull from my memory bank in my head. When we just finished saying on the other lighting program that we want to maintain a particular aesthetic vibe because of what that does for our broader perception or economic development. So why would we be comfortable with orange lighting versus white lighting and them being right next to each other? Because I can tell you in District 4, it looks abrupt. It doesn't make sense. And if we're worried about the perceived value, I can tell you it looks a bit ghetto at times, because then it looks like we have upgraded lighting right here in one corner, and then down the street, we couldn't afford to fix the lighting. So what are we really saying, just so I can make sure I understand?
I mean, I kind of agree, but the difference is going to be the speed with which we replace this. I mean, that's the only difference. It's just whether it's, what, 20 years to replace all the lights or 10? I mean, is that kind of the window we're looking at, Dr. Ahn, or is it something very different from that?
So right now, we've replaced about approximately 40% of the streetlights we maintain. There are other streetlights maintained by BGE and other entities, but at least city-owned and operate streetlights, that's about 7,000 in the city, and we've replaced about 40% of them.
Wait, we replaced 40% of them annually?
No, so far.
So far, we've replaced 40. Over what period of time?
About 3 or 4 years, but I can get you the exact number.
Okay, so 3 to 4 years. So what you're saying is the other 60% would take, 7 or 8 years, essentially?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. And by eliminating this $250,000, that completely eliminates for the time being LED streetlight repair or replacement?
Well, this is a replacement program, so
right.
We'll continue to repair using the different accounts council just approved.
Okay.
But we will stop replacement effort.
Okay.
Until funding becomes available.
Unless it goes out. Okay, we're all okay with that.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that clarification. So just on behalf of District 4, I'm happy to suggest that you not slow down the repair for District 4. If other districts are comfortable with slowing that down, that's great. But since we are focused on maintaining an aesthetic and economic development value perception, and District 4 is one of the fastest growing districts, I'm not comfortable slowing that down for District 4. So is there a middle ground that we can find there?
Is there?
I'm not sure there's anything in District 4 that we...
Yeah, what percentage of these light replacements would be happening in District 4 South Bowie?
I don't have the exact number,
okay.
But I can provide the exact plans and
would my colleagues be comfortable?
Detailed breakdown as well.
Understood. Would my colleagues be comfortable if we bring this back on Wednesday with some additional information from Dr. Ahn, Councilmember Ndibanwadu? Okay. Let's do that, Dr. Ahn. We'll revisit this on Wednesday with some additional
Yes, Mr.
information
Mayor.
from you. Thank you, sir.
And for clarification, BG, the lights that are owned by BG&E, they all have been converted to LED, and all of the new developments that are coming into this, that have been in the city, they are all LED.
Understood. That's helpful context.
And that's
Thank you,
South
Director
Lake and Melford and, all the others.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Truesdale.
So, Mr. Mayor, question. So with every light that goes out, it will be replaced with an LED light in any district, right? Correct?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay, so the appropriation reduction, 1 million coverage helps to cover that along with the 250K.
Yes, so 250 is for replacement program, but 1 million that was approved, that will address all broken
The replacements.
streetlights.
Okay, in LED.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other colleagues? Okay. All right, next page then.
All right, we have come to the category we call Other, because that's the last page, and we couldn't figure out how to group all this stuff together. First item sitting on here is a recommendation associated with the Bowie Town Center Plan. Mr. Hall is going to share a little bit about what we included and why we're proposing to reduce it by $100,000.
Okay. Good evening. For the record, Richard Hall, Planning and Sustainability. And we talked about this a little last week, you may remember. And in our proposed budget, we put in $400,000 for a market study and plan to move forward from all the work you all are familiar with revitalizing the Bowie Town Center. Initially, the Economic Development Committee responding to council and studying it and reporting in October. That was followed by Urban Land Institute Technical Advisory Panel, a TAP, and their work and their presentation of that in November. So we want to move forward with that priority, and what we're suggesting at this stage is reducing that by $100,000. So that's that piece.
So the council may recall at, I believe it was the last meeting, we had also put in a request through our county council member to look for funding from the county associated with this. So these things are all sort of wrapped together. We have the budget that was prepared with $400,000 to do this study. We're recommending an effort for cost savings to have a reduced scope study done associated with our budget, but at the same time, we've asked, put in a request for the county for funding. So a number of conflicting directions associated with this.
Councilmember Wolfley has the con.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll look to my colleagues. Thoughts, questions? Councilwoman Rogers?
Yes, so we have done a lot of studies over the last several years, probably before I came on council, around economic development and particularly, Bowie, downtown Bowie, those types of things. And I'm believing that if we reduce the scope and reduce the budget by $1,000, it should not, there's enough data out there that it should not have a dramatic impact, from my perspective, unless you tell me different, Rich.
Madam Councilwoman, I would just say that we put in for 4, obviously, in the proposal. We're comfortable with going to 3, and then as things go on, I guess we can talk about where we go from there on this particular item. But there is, you do get to a point where you have to question whether it's worth doing if you get so low. But at 3, as we're suggesting, I can submit to you that we're comfortable at that level.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Yes. Clinton? Roxy? Any?
I'm fine with the reduction. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley. I'm fine with the reduction. We did ask this, we asked for the county to pay for this anyway, so I'm fine with the reduction.
Excellent. All right. Consensus achieved. All right, let's move along, sir.
Okay, the next item on here is the Anacostia Trails Heritage Area. The annual dues are in my department's budget at $15,000. I don't know if you all recall, the executive director came and gave you an overview to council, I can't remember, it's probably February, 2 months ago, on their activities. They do a number of things, but for the city, and their scope, their jurisdiction is county-wide. It's not just the Anacostia watershed, as you probably know. So we have that on our list, but I think it's important to point out they do provide services to the city. Some of them are more direct than others. They make certain grants available to the city. They provide some technical assistance. One of the current things that they were talking about when they met with you all a couple months ago had to do with helping to celebrate for the 250th anniversary. So there's a number of things. I don't put this forward lightly, but you know, we have a tough task ahead of us, and so therefore we put it up there.
Colleagues, thoughts, any issues, concerns on your side? No? All right, seeing none, you have consensus on that as well. And then watershed and land use analysis study.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to turn it over to our sustainability manager, Sasha Land.
Certainly, thank you, Sasha.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I did put forth in the budget for a watershed assessment, but I am now asking for it to be taken out minus $20,000 for a match. So I have applied for a grant through the National Fish and Wildlife Federation through their Chesapeake Bay program Small Watersheds Grants. So it's not that I don't think that this is an important item for the city. I do. I think it'll open opportunity for 319 money through the EPA following their 9-element plan. But recognizing the times that we're in, and hopefully working with Director Buggs and his shop to put in that application, we should know, I think, by June or July, and that should be available in the fall if we were to receive that. But I would just advocate that we keep the match in there. That was a requirement. It wasn't a requirement, but it was highly advisable that every applicant supply match.
Excellent, thank you. We've all been talking about grants here this evening as an alternative, so it's great to hear and see that this is underway in your good offices. Thoughts, questions, comments, looking around, seeing none on my right, to my left. All clear. This looks like a good approach. Thank you much for your effort on that. Animal control, goose management. I think I don't think no one had a problem with managing geese until people stopped eating geese. You know, when they stopped eating, when they stopped having goose for your holiday meals, then I think that's when we started having a goose problem.
So yes,
please enlighten us.
Yeah, the goose management program has been a service here at Centennial Pond behind City Hall, as well as Allen Pond Park. It's been around for probably about 5 years or so. It came or was placed in service based on complaints for the amount of droppings or feces that they have all over the parking lot, sidewalk, walkways, that type of stuff. It's pretty nasty, but we are, in tough times, and we're calling to pull that contract or that line item.
I personally don't like having to check my feet when I get back in my car, but for $5,000, I think it's pretty good. I'm inclined to keep something like this. Thoughts over here? To my right?
Yeah. I just had a quick question. So you're reducing it by 5,000. How much is, or is this eliminated?
No, that's the program.
Oh, that's eliminating the program?
That is correct.
that may be problematic for some in the sense that, you know, when you're trying to walk around comfortably, that would be problematic for me. Okay. All right, let me think about that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Indeba Amato, any thoughts?
I'm with Councilmember Rogers. That's so problematic. Do you know, and I have such empathy for this because sometimes when I'm driving past City Hall, you see them just traveling in flocks and people almost run them over. It's very problematic. So I think this one for me needs to stay.
Yeah.
But I'm open to suggestions, of course.
Yep. I think we have consensus here. I think I'm looking for keep it in the geese management. At first, it sounds like a training program, but get them from the workforce and management training. We'll keep them. All right.
Thank you.
Reduce, next item here.
Next one is for reducing uniforms within animal control. We do have sufficient budget. We believe this is a minor adjustment.
All right. Seeing nothing here, fair enough. Next, we move down to dog park grass seed.
So this was a leftover from a project that never lifted off. So yeah, there's no grass currently at the dog park.
It's all mulch.
Yep, you got it. That's an easy one.
Yep, fair enough.
Thank you.
All right. And next item up for bid, election expenses.
This one's pretty quick. The budget was prepared anticipating to buy some election supplies in 2027 in advance of what was needed. We spent that money this year because he had an election, so we can cut that very readily.
Fair enough, fair enough. Professional services, finance department.
Yes, excuse me, this cut is for our professional services. We have currently in the budget $30,000. Looking at the prior spend, we think that we can live with $15,000, so therefore the $15,000 cut.
Fair enough. Any thoughts, questions, concerns? Nothing on my left. Looking right, seeing none. Online, seeing nothing there. Fair enough. And then the last item on the listing looks like it's some revenue.
Yes.
Is this the culmination of some efforts that have been made over the last week or two?
It is. As we had discussed at a prior budget work session, the budget was not developed with very much increase in fees associated with it, so the council asked us to go back and look at it. I will recall there was an emphasis on trying to look at non-resident related fees. I will make the comment, non-resident fees for us are de minimis. That doesn't get very much. So these fees that are proposed, and I had sent this all out to you in terms of what staff has worked up so far, works out really rough. It's all over the board in terms of the individual fee increases, but about a 15% increase to fees, some a little more, some a little bit less, but that would generate $400,000 in additional revenue as anticipated by our finance department.
Excellent. Thank you kindly. Looking to my left. Any thoughts, comments, observations? Seeing none, over to that side. Turning to my right. Anybody there? Online? Comments, thoughts, questions? Okay. All right. All right.
So
Well,
that brings us to the end of the list that staff prepared for discussion tonight. Mr. Miller, where did we start out, and where have we ended up after all of this discussion? And actually, thank you. Very good discussion on a lot of these items tonight. Thank you.
So as you can see on the back sheet, we started with $5,947,584 worth of recommended cuts. After going through all the eliminations, we ended up at $3,665,084, which equates to cuts of totaling $2,282,500. Again, that's $2,282,500. And remembering that there are a few other items that we need to circle back to, so that amount can change.
So just to clarify, that $2.2 million was things that staff had proposed that the council did not accept, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha. So we're retaining 2,282,000. We're cutting 3665. Roger that. Okay.
No, the other way around.
Oh, we're retaining 3665 and cutting
Yes, sir.
2,282.
Yes.
No.
Now, we started at 5,000,009.
Yeah.
We ended up at 3,006,000. That equates to $2.2 million worth of cuts.
Or returns back in.
I'm sorry, yes. Cuts from the list, recommended list.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
We're in
yes,
double
yes.
negative
I'm
territory.
sorry
Okay.
for the confusion.
Roger that.
Terminology is very important on
Yes.
this, so, yes.
The nomenclature is, yes.
So with that $3.6 million there, if you were to look at that as a one-for-one, that is essentially 3.6 cents on the tax rate is what we achieved this evening. And as I was reminded, if that is every $1 in cut is equivalent to $1 on the tax rate, that would mean, as Mr. Brady had pointed out, we would end up with $0 on the fund balance at the end of next fiscal year.
That is correct. At this point in the evening, first of all, thank you, colleagues, for a good and robust discussion. I think we got some good work done tonight. Councilmember Rogers, I wanted to come back to you. Specifically, you raised the issue of a hiring freeze. I know this is something that some of my colleagues and I have discussed in recent days. I am sensing a consensus forming around this for a limited hiring freeze in certain departments going into next year, but I wanted to give you the mic in case there was something specific you wanted to propose or throw up.
No, I actually was going into a targeted hiring freeze, targeting those positions that would not be essential, because you have some that you definitely have to hire. But I think you captured some of that when I was looking through. That's why I was asking the questions around attrition and things of that sort. But I do believe in order to be effective, we have to look at everything, which includes, the hiring freeze. It looks at the grants. It looks like at the revenues, whether or not we can, increase it by a certain percentage. It looks at the delays in your, contracts or implementing things. So as part of this, that's why I brought up the hiring freeze, because that's something that is that's the largest portion of your budget is your HR. So anyway, that's where I was going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm going to describe something, and I invite my colleagues to tell me if they think I'm wrong or have a different idea. The consensus that I've seen forming among the City Council these last several days is towards a hiring freeze that exempts public safety, public works, potentially within other departments, specifically the streets division, park rangers would be exempt, anything related to building maintenance. That would all be exempt from a hiring freeze. Everything else would be subject to a hiring freeze. That's kind of the general consensus that I've heard from council members as we've had one-on-one conversations these last several days. Does anyone have any reactions, thoughts?
I have an immediate reaction.
Let's jump to staff.
I am in a position where I really need to be hiring a finance director and an assistant finance director. Those are two very critical positions that we have in the city. One is underway now, and the other will be shortly after.
So we could add to the list all senior management roles, so directors and assistant directors. Okay. I see Councilman Brady.
Instead of making that decision tonight, maybe ask staff to come back to Wednesday's meeting for us to have an informed discussion based upon the data and the facts, rather than trying to massage something tonight based upon our feelings.
I think that's totally fair. Any other thoughts or feelings? In general, I'm kind of seeing still a preference for some sort of hiring freeze, though, and I want to confirm that that is, in fact, something we want to explore. Okay.
Mayor and staff.
Councilmember Ndi Bumadu, and then Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
Yes, I will just say briefly that that is definitely something I'd like to explore. The only request that I'll have of staff to bring this back on Wednesday in support of Councilmember Brady's comments are when cuts are being proposed to the IT department, if there are any hiring freezes that are being proposed to the IT department, please make sure that we're assessing that with the cybersecurity environment that we find ourselves in today, because I find that a lot of those roles that are listed there that I have had an opportunity to review are in direct correlation with our compliance, safety, and transformation posture, which is where we stand to either lose or gain a lot. So I just want to add that in there for Wednesday. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. I am certain, based on the council's comments, I'm going to be getting a lot of reaction from our senior staff in regards to the impacts that has. Speaking to Councilwoman Rogers' point earlier in regards to unintended consequences, they are going to identify some of the consequences associated with certain positions that they have. So we will work on a response back in regards to what can work and what may cause us some challenges that aren't readily obvious to us at 11:10 in the evening.
Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
Yes, thank you. And I would just chime in and encourage staff to take a look, perhaps in a proactive manner, and say, if we were to see attrition, in which section of my organization could I manage without, albeit with perhaps some reduced service level or something along those lines. I think that that's probably, a useful approach to Councilwoman and Deb Umato's point, and to Councilman Brady's. There's always some obligatory things that is penny wise, pound foolish. We don't leave the back door open because we decided to save money on the security guy, because he's the guy who had the keys that locked up at night, and now we're open. So, I think that it's, some approach that kind of allows us to look at where we may be a little bit where we may be able to shed a few pounds, if you will. I know it's not easy. And I would say, and I know acting city manager Mears, we've had conversations before about this, which is someone from one department maybe, tap into that to help in a different department. Problem with that, of course, is that, if you need somebody in finance, you're not necessarily going to find that skill set in IT or somewhere else that might be slightly overstaffed or less short on people. So I know there's some limitations, and I think we'll leave it in your good offices to see what might be workable.
One clarification here is in regards to a time frame associated with a freeze. Are we looking at a freeze that is going to be lasting for a period of months? Are we looking to get us to next year of fiscal year 2028? Is there a concept of how long this would be?
So again, in the spirit of throwing out what I think I've heard my colleagues say to me one-on-one over these last several days is a one-year hiring freeze. Is that something generally council feels comfortable with as a general direction? And we could discuss it in more detail on Wednesday. Councilman Brady.
Yes, I would suggest that we have it applicable for this budget year and look at it not as a fixed absolute, but rather as we go through the budget year, if something occurs where we need to add a position with some sound rationale and data to support that request from staff, that we are flexible enough to do it. But do it strictly for this year. And I will throw out real quickly a story. Back when I was in high school, the post office had a hiring freeze that went on for several years. And they were paying more in overtime than they would have paid to hire someone. So we need to be careful when we do these kinds of freezes that the unintended consequence is it's more costly to do it than otherwise to hire someone. So with that caveat in mind, I would suggest we just say it's for this year with the caveat that we could consider extraordinary circumstances.
So, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councilman Brady's comments, and that's what I was going to say. One of the most difficult things to do as a senior manager is to either lay off or freeze and not have the resources you need to get your job done. I understand that, I recognize that, and that's very difficult. That's why it's extremely important that you all tell us what you can live with, because at some point, because when I first came into this council and saw the numbers around this organization and the amount of work that you did, you're running a tight ship anyway. And so you're going to reach a point of diminishing return at some point if you start, freezing and not hiring back what you absolutely need to get the job done. So I go to Councilman Brady's point, you don't want to be in a situation whereby you're having to have people work overtime in order to accommodate a position that you've frozen. So my position is, you all come and tell us, but tell us honestly, don't give us what you think we need. I'm kind of hesitant about even telling you how long the hiring freeze could last, because I haven't finished going through all of the numbers that you provided, and I think I heard Acting Manager Mears say that there were other things that we could be looking at. All this comes together as part of one aspect of your toolbox around getting back to, back in the black. So I'm not looking at the hiring freeze as a thing that has to happen today or tomorrow. I'm looking at it as one other thing in the toolbox that we need to make decisions on how to move forward with the city's budget. I know this is hard, this is difficult, this is not an easy time, and I don't want people to feel like, we're sitting up here just kind of hatcheting. We just have to take this one step at a time, but you have to tell us what that step is. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I totally agree with Councilmember Rogers and Councilmember Brady. And to Councilmember Brady's good point, I totally agree about the full fiscal year. I know we may have potentially some more discussion about that, but I think the fiscal year makes a lot of sense. And to be clear, to Councilmember Rogers' point, as staff comes to us and says, well, look, this position's essential. If the reason it's essential is because we have a budget objective that says, 100 kids a month must paddle boat, understand that we will happily change that objection. I don't know why I'm picking on paddle boating tonight. I'm sorry to the paddle boaters.
Because you
understand.
You already removed it, so.
I'm sorry, correct, yeah. Exactly. So, but you understand my point. But to Councilman, what my council colleagues are saying, I think the body agrees with, which is, IT is going to be real sensitive. By the end of this process, there may be exactly 25 positions that are subject to this hiring freeze because you get back to us with compelling information on all the other positions. And that's, I think, very much the will of this group, as we heard expressed tonight. Okay. Is there anything else from any of my colleagues related to anything budget related that we want to bring up in 2 short days Wednesday? Councilmember
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mayor Steve. I guess my comments are really for Acting City Manager Mears as well as Mr. Miller. I would love to get kind of just your thoughts around the pay-as-you-go model and the $39 million debt margin that we still have left. If we can go through that on Wednesday to see if there are any opportunities to kind of shift some things there, that would be helpful as well.
And sorry, just to make sure that we're getting clarity for when, staff, do you understand the request?
Yes, it's whether or not we should borrow some money in order to cover some of our expenses rather than pay with cash we have on hand. So,
Roger that. Council member, is that exactly what you're asking? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from any of my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem Wolfley.
In that vein, are we talking about capital expenditures such as our water and sewer, or are we looking at other expenses?
I think that's the question for us to come back and make some recommendation to you. We'll take a look at that in regards to how that is. As we discussed at a prior budget work session, there is not a lot of capital expense that we have that makes sense to be doing a debt issuance. In order for debt to make sense because of the issuance costs associated with it and everything, you usually want to have a sizable amount. I think what we're talking about here is looking at debt that we would undertake for some operating expense to get us through for a year and then pay it back over time, if I'm reading the question correctly.
Right.
I think
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I think for me, when largely going through the budget year after year, our capital posture is very much reliant on pay-as-you-go. So like you said, we pay everything with cash. I'm not saying that we should now borrow for operating costs. I don't know that that's what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is I would like a comprehensive kind of detailed assessment, since we have Mr. Miller here, to understand, does that make sense for us right now? Are there cost savings there? Because $3 to $5 million for cost savings, it materially adds up for us this budget cycle. So that's more so what I'm trying to explore. It's not saying there's a definitive lane of how we can do it and where it can come from. It's just more the overall kind of overarching model at this moment.
Okay. And so, excellent. So that's valid from your point, and from my point, my thought about it is it's the focus for me is more on the capital side, specifically water and sewer. Mr. Miller, your discussions, your brief comments on generational capital improvements in debt for, assets that are 30-plus years or 50-plus years, and the generational nature of that. And if there is an opportunity perhaps to expedite the water and sewer repairs through a different approach than what we have been currently pursuing. And I know we have some debt that we just incurred for some both capital for water as well as sewer line replacement. I think it's $5 million of one and $2.5 million of the other, if memory serves me. Notwithstanding whatever the specific numbers are, I know we got some out there, but I would, to Councilwoman and Deborah Mato's point, I'd like to take advantage of your thoughts and experience on this, lest you are fleet of foot and find a path out of here sooner than we'd like.
I'll be more than happy to take a look at, the CIP requests and sit with the city manager and come up with a game plan or a potential game plan that might make sense.
Yeah. And as far as next year is concerned, I don't see it being any better than this year. I don't think there's any kick the can down the road to help things. I mean, we have I think a lasting environment here. So thank you.
Well, and oh yeah, Councilmember Brady.
Thank you. With regards to the issue about incurring debt, a couple of observations, and it's been a long-standing position policy. We don't incur debt to cover operating costs. So I'd be very careful with that, because if we were to do that, all we're doing is adding to next year's budget's cost to cover what we borrowed this year to pay for the operating costs. So I would stay away from that in its entirety. With regards to pay-go versus bonding, yes, we do pay-go, and that's typically smaller dollar values. When we do things like the senior center, actually we didn't do it for the senior center, but for the city hall and for the ice rink, we went to the bond market for that, so we spread it over many years on payback, so that we were successful in factoring that in through the structure of our budget over many years. So I would just be very careful. If there's anything on the capital side that could be bonded, I would be supportive of that. but I'd also be a little concerned because I thought during our process the last couple of weeks, I heard there was a reference that in light of the fact that we've basically zeroed out our rating day fund, that may be seen as a negative if we were to go to the bond market. So want to be very careful with that aspect too. Thank you.
Well, and Councilman Brady raises the two critical points that are right to raise. One, the impact on our bond rating if we do go out to pursue debt. And then two, from my recollections, we have a lot of capital projects in the out years that are way out years that are going to come back to us eventually. That being said, worth exploring and getting answers on every opportunity. We're never going to say no to the questions. Anything else from any of my colleagues? Okay. Staff, thank you for your time. To the many folks who do great work for us every day, thank you for being here tonight. I know this is a tough conversation, but you gave us a lot of good ideas, and we are grateful to you for all your work this budget cycle. Colleagues, I will see you Wednesday at 7. Have a good night.